The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can champion, we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher, wonder when it goes now, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We get champion.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right side of the argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. As usual, thank you so much for your continued support. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. Let me send a special shout out to all our channel members and also to all our moderators. Tonight's topic is Extradition Is A Fact with your host, Mystic Sensation, and which is Baron and Anne-Marie, and we also have Melting Pot. Let me just give an umbrella welcome to everyone in the chat because the chat is already gone away from me. So I'm just going to give an umbrella welcome to everyone in the chat tonight. Before I hand over to Baron, I just want to give a reminder. I mentioned it on Tuesday about Miss P's business initiative, her Kalulu sale. And her slogan is from the bag to the pot. So you'll get it cut up and prepped just for you to put it in your pot. So she's targeting like restaurants, cook shops, everyday housewives and stuff. And she is willing to deliver to Montego Bay, Spanish Town, Falmouth. And she's mostly targeting persons in St. Anne in the Bamboo area. For delivery, of course, there will be an additional cost. I haven't gotten the cost per bag yet, but as soon as I get it, I will pass it on to you guys. So if you are interested, you can just message me on the phone number that's streaming across the screen, and I will pass the information to her, and then she will get in touch with you until she figures out otherwise how she's gonna do the contact information for the business. So remember, guys, please support Miss P's initiative or Kalulu business slogan from the bag to the pot. Without any further delay, let me hand over to you, Baron.
All right. Thank you, honey, for that. Right. Now, my Jamaican people, of course, my chat completely full tonight, and giving thanks, right, and blessings to all, right, to mighty God to, carry us through. However, to all my listeners, subscribers, locally and in the diaspora, an umbrella welcome to you all. Now, tonight, of course, we have some serious topics that we are going to discuss. And of course, one of those topics, we'll be getting into the extradition. And as I said earlier, where the extradition is concerned, based on my research and what I found, right, where you are going to see that there's a series. It is not only just as late where you have that extradition came out, right? You are going to see evident, right, of series of extradition issued as it relates to under the Bruce Golden led government, and of course under the Andrew Holness administration, particularly under the Andrew Holness led administration. And again, that document is going to tell you the process, right, in terms of who they contacted. Now they contacted the DPP, right, and then so forth. You are going to see, right? But before we get there, of course, we are going to do our usual thing, right? Having melting pot meet and greet, and then we just break down roughly about 3 topics, and then we get into the meat of the matter, right? Without any delay, because when we have the information over here, and yes, let me say this before we even start. Someone might be hashtag Draws Davis, right? Hashtag extradition, right? And as according to him, that the extradition is false, is story that generated, right, coordinated by social media vloggers. Well, Draws Davis, draw near. That's all I can tell you. Draw near, because we are here. So draw near. Now, without any delay, right, melting pot, meet and greet.
Once again, Sir Byron, greetings and blessings to everyone in the chat tonight, our beloved fans, who are always here supporting and engaging in our, conversation that we have with each other as it relates to government matters. So, just pick up everyone out here, especially my people in the ground zero who I know are, making sacrifice, to encounter what is happening around them. They have to make sacrifice for that, and that sacrifice come with a whole heap of strength and resilience as it relates to them being in that predicament for 3 months now, but still holding on strong. Give thanks to everyone. You understand? Big up to the host, Sir Lord Byron, as usual, and to our technical director, Gideon Marie, with the gold finger. As usual, she behind the scene. I use the finger them, to flick and play, all type of things she do with the documents behind the scene. But as usual, I just oneness and love and everything that's good, because we are here to what? Bring the truth to reality. As you hear the topic says, extradition is here. Have no fear. Draws Davis, draw near. Without any further ado, hand back the floor to the host.
All right. Blessings, melting pot. Right. And we are not going to waste any time in terms of, right, getting to our subject matter. First, we want to show, as it relates to the amount of sanctions and the amount of pressure coming down, right, on us, from the United States, some of which, right, is to, get Jamaica in order, right, as it relates to, where Jamaica stand, as it relates to the geopolitical turmoil that is unfolding, right, in the Caribbean and, other areas of concern like Greenland, right, and where, Germany, France, and, a whole reaction as it relates to, countries that within under the umbrella of NATO, right, seems to be now, calling out United States, right, aggression, so to speak. And is it a situation that it is going to split NATO? Then is wait and see, but things are not looking good, and they are taking place at a rapid pace. Now, let us show you as it relates to the U.S. Congressional Black Caucus, right, is calling upon, Donald Trump administration to retract as it relates to the visa ban, because that is going to be crippling. That is a crippling sanction as a result of that. And the reason why I'm showing this document, right, because a portion of this is defiance as it relates to certain things, particularly where the extradition is concerned. And so let us build it up. Let us build it up. Now, U.S. Congressional Black Caucus demands reversal of green card suspension. Right, here it is. The caucus is headed by U.S. Congresswoman Yvette Clarke. United States Congressional Black Caucus, CBC, is calling on Trump administration to immediately reverse its decision to suspend immigrant visa processing for persons from 75 countries, including Jamaica. The caucus, which is headed by Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, whose parents are Jamaicans, said that the decision to suspend the processing as of January 21st could have devastating effects on the U.S. economy and the country's reputation around the world, a statement said Friday. Noting that many of the countries affected by the decisions are majority black countries, the CBC said that time and again, some of these countries, such as Haiti and Somalia, have been subjected to racist policies and attacks from administration. The U.S. government said the move is partly driven by concerns that immigrants are becoming a dependent on public welfare. The Congress Black Caucus said that the basis is patently false, right? Now, the Trump administration rationale for suspending visa processing rests in part on the patently false claim that immigrants who make American their home are a strain on social safety net programs, the statement said. There is simply no evidence to support this claim. Immigrant communities contribute immensely to the vibrancy and economic growth of our country, and that is true. Despite President Trump's pattern of demonizing them and stoking hatred against them, according to the CBC, President Trump and congressional Republicans have worked to implement historic cuts to programs like SNAP and Medicaid, making clear that their concern is not about resources, but about fomenting hate. We are calling on the administration to immediately reverse this decision, which could have immense and devastating effects on our economy and reputation around the global, right? Around the global state, right? Said the statement. The U.S. Department of State announced that it is putting a pause on the processing of immigration visa applications while they are evaluating the applications. The decision of the United States government to pause the processing of green card application from 75 countries effective January 21 has raised concern among Jamaican in the diaspora, with Jamaican immigrants attorney raising the spectre that the move could drag out efforts at family reunification for these countries. Yeah. Let me just get into a different situation, and then I make Melting Pot come in here and had his views as well. Let us show you, my Jamaican people, I am saying to you all that the situation is seriously developing, right? A lot of people are worrying right now if, World War III is, more than imminent. It seems like, it's a possibility that if things continue, right, to be this fluid, we might have World War III based on the geopolitical, challenges that we are seeing. Now, look at this move, my Jamaican people. Let us go to the next clip. France deliver fatal to Trump after threats, right? And Trump doubled down by sending roughly about 50 troops to Greenland. So let us point it out. Let us point out that. Play that, honey.
Macron. I love the French accent. Emmanuel.
Everybody think in France, in the European Union, that Greenland is not to be sold, not to be taken. The situation in Greenland is clearly a wake-up call for all the Europeans. And let me tell you very directly that you are not alone.
Yeah, it appears that the French Prime Minister finally said the quiet part out loud. America under Donald Trump isn't leading the alliance anymore. It's turning away from it.
We need to step up in Europe. We need a stronger and a more resolute Europe, standing increasingly in its own right, capable of defending and promoting Europe and the European interest.
Nu står vi med en geopolitisk krise, og hvis vi skal vælge mellem USA og Danmark her og nu, så vælger vi Danmark. Vi vælger NATO. Vi vælger kongeriget Danmark. Vi vælger EU.
This week, Emmanuel Macron delivered an unusually blunt message about US behavior under Trump, warning that America is, quote, breaking free from international rules and gradually turning away from some of its allies. The president of France, one of America's oldest allies, stood at a podium and said, "We are watching the United States drift out of the alliance system in real time."
And when a strategic message...
All right, take that away. Now,
And when
earlier today, I spoke about NATO alliance and what seems that Trump is causing some disturbance within NATO, some serious disturbance within NATO. And you have NATO countries calling out Trump for what it is, for the aggression. This really very serious. Earlier today, I said to myself that if the United States losing NATO membership, Canada is now moving away. France, I'm asking the question, isn't this look really serious where the United States is concerned? Losing those vital allies? Now, Russia is now defending Iran. 2 hours prior to me coming on air, Russia had communicated that they are going to defend Iran. My folks, we have a serious problem brewing. Now, let me just have Melting Pot, right, says peace on this matter based on what he's seen, the situation where Germany, France, right, Canada, right, seems to be telling Trump, right, that the narrative is that the United States, right, is doing everything it seems to separate itself from the NATO, losing a formidable ally. It's troubling. What say you on the matter, Melting Pot?
Well, this matter has been in the air for a while now. And I mean, going back to earlier meeting between Donald Trump and Ukraine President Zelensky in regards to conflict between Ukraine and Russia, Donald Trump singled out the fact of the matter that NATO has become weaker because of the European country not playing their part in investing in NATO and relying heavily on United States to come up with most of the funding for NATO. And Donald Trump see that as worrying because, I mean, he's saying that America is putting in practically half of what it required to sustain NATO as an alliance. Because based on, how NATO country perceive even the war between Ukraine and Russia, they were basically non-existent. And I mean, I did experience that within my own thought process. Why NATO does not defend the region. Remember, we have to look at the fact of the matter that Ukraine is not a part of NATO, but Ukraine is in Europe. And the entire European region were coming increasingly under threat from Russia. Russia doing a lot of stuff that I know a lot of people don't know about these things. Like, damaging undersea cable that the United Kingdom have. And, surveilling the region with submarine, and doing all type of hanky-panky, trying to intimidate or, fluster the region in terms of triggering an event such as what we are now looking at might be imminent, World War III. But in my own thought process, just listening to what Russia is saying in regards to coming out and backing Iran, Russia does not have that scope or capability right now in terms of how much of its boots on the ground have been executed in the war with them and Ukraine. Russia is turning to Africa countries, to get, young men to come and join and boost up its own army. So Russia is only bluffing in that regard. I can't tell anyone that. Yeah. The 4-year war between Russia and Ukraine, Russia cannot, overpower Ukraine. So there's no way them can take on the might of the United States. But we are not even looking at it from that point of view, because no one wants to see a World War III, come on board at this time. But what we have to look at, I know countries like Canada now is pulling out of NATO. France might be doing the same thing. And it's simple because of the ultimatum that Donald Trump put on the table for them. They have to invest more. And I strongly support that. If you want to keep an alliance intact, then everybody have to play their part. You can't leave it up to United States. There's so much United States can do to defend the world, or to be a peacemaker, within world affairs. But other countries who sign up must put their share. And this is why Russia realized that NATO is weak. I mean, Russia even, try to venture into Poland, This is how Russia is trying to, trigger certain things to see what the reaction from NATO would be. And NATO has not responded in kind. They are just gossiping behind the scene and not making any commitment. And so with Russia now trying to, establish themselves now as a superpower in Europe. I mean, the combined NATO country should never have Russia even trying to exercise that right by attacking several countries, not just Ukraine alone. You understand? So the whole fact of the matter is that all the NATO allies must come together, sit down around the table and discuss matter going forward. If you want to sustain an organization such as NATO, then everybody have to play their part. Now, in world affairs, sometimes people like to see things, calm. But beneath the calmness, there's problem brewing. And you have to have an individual that will step out of its comfort zone and try to make a difference. Now I see where the United States is doing that. Because if we look at the situation in Iran, currently, where the citizens are protesting peacefully against a dictatorship regime. And what has happened? Several thousand citizens were gunned down by militias from within the same Iran structured government, where men riding on bike just shooting their own fellow brothers and sisters. Now, if Russia come out and say I'm going back that, then that show you say Russia is no country for nobody listen to. Russia is just a warmonger who is going around and trying to stoke the fire and not wanting peace in the world. Yeah? So we have to look at it from a more sensical side of things, you know. Look who is supporting the wrong. Because when Russia attacked Ukraine, you know, Russia wasn't in its right. Ukraine as a sovereign country have all right if they want to become a part of NATO. Yeah, because remember, you know, Russia was formerly a part of the Soviet Union. And when that Soviet Union come, you know, crashing down, every country went their way. So far as only Russia and Belarus remain, you know, in line with the protocol of what the Soviet Union was all about. But other countries has gone on their own and, you know, have their own sovereignty and everything like that, you know, building their own economy, having their own government, making their own decision. No, Russia don't like that. Because under Putin, him think that bringing back the Soviet Union, yeah, is the way to go forward to sustain what the Soviet Union had from way back when. You know, but time has changed and things supposed to change as time goes on. And I mean, just like several countries under the British Empire, them get them independent, yeah, and them own doing them thing. And you don't see United Kingdom, you know, interfering in their affairs. The United Kingdom leave them because, you know, as I said, things have to change. Back in the colonial time, these countries were under the umbrella of the Union Jack. But Russia cannot, you know, come to the terms under Putin what has happened to the Soviet Union. So we have to just look at it from a different point of view rather than that Donald Trump is going about trying to create problems within the world. If anything, Donald Trump is the one who is trying to make a difference where that is concerned.
All right. Pat, use another minute to wrap up. And then we move on to the next topic.
Yeah, because I mean, you know, several countries have just report and matter in other countries. Yeah, grave situation where citizens of a country life has been snuffed out by regime, corrupted people trying to run a country under dictatorship style. And the only intervention is coming from the United States. You know, people might criticize the move and say, well, they went into Afghanistan and this, that, and blah, blah, and Iraq. But, you know, some form of intervention is welcome. And I welcome whatever the United States doing because the rest of the country is just sleeping, not caring about world affairs. I yield back the floor to you, Sir Byron.
All right. Thank you for that input, Melting Pot. One of the things that is concerning to many nations, right, is the right to their sovereignty. And when you have a country, right, wanting to break down that sovereignty, that is automatically going to be a problem. If there are policies as it relates to international laws, UN rights, and Geneva Conventional laws that United States once agreed on, right, and agreed to be a part of, but now going against that, right, to the contrary, then automatically that's a problem, and that's concerning as it relates to the sovereign right of other nations. Just saying. Now, let us move forward as it relates to what we have seen today, where we have the nurses, right, coming out, right, and say enough is enough. We are not going to be holding the line any longer as a result of the lies being told, right? The so-called billions of dollars being spent, right? But guess what? We have no basic necessities, right? And enough is enough. We have to come out. We have to expose the government for what it is, right? We are working under a terrible condition. And so then they are saying, don't follow the PR, right, of the Jamaica Labour Party administration, because the PR is not dealing with patient care, right? And it is not addressing the health crisis of Jamaica. So Jamaica, the nurses came out today, right, and definitely exposed the government. Let us play that clip, right? And then we are going to bite it down. Imagine Christopher Tufton came out and said his administration is the administration that spent most billions of dollars within the healthcare. But what we are seeing today, the healthcare workers are saying they don't know what Christopher Tufton had done with that money. We don't have the basic necessities. We are doing CPR on the floor. So what Christopher Tufton is talking about, right? The administration, as he bragged, as he PR'd, he has his PhD in marketing, right? Telling, lies, blatant lies, that billions been spent. But where are the billions? And while he's saying that he spent billions, the Auditor General is saying, yes, you are shouting that you spent billions. But what we are looking at, guess what? We see that you have $700 to $800 billion unaccounted for. Let us go into that video.
League. Note the details. Accident and Emergency Department at the Cornwall Regional Hospital staged a protest outside the facility on Friday. They cited poor infrastructure and severe overcrowding. TVJ News understands that a meeting is currently underway with the hospital's management to examine the issues. Antonia Atkinson reports.
From as early as 7 o'clock Friday morning, nurses attached to the Accident and Emergency Department at the Cornwall Regional Hospital converged outside the facility, holding placards to express their growing frustration with conditions at the hospital.
On some of the placards, we have to be taking care of patients on the floor. That's not hygienic. Patients sitting on the chair for a week, 3 weeks or more. We don't have enough bed space to care for our patients effectively.
We, of course, don't have enough staff to manage all of these patients. Sometimes you have one nurse to 50 people, 30 people. Makes no sense. There have been sightings of rats in the department. So, of course, that's a health condition, a health scare.
President of the Nurses Association of Jamaica, Dawn Marie Richards, says there are 39 beds in the A&E department, and up to Friday morning, there were 115 people waiting to be admitted.
The Cornwall Regional Hospital is a 300-bed facility in normal circumstances. Since the hurricane, 140 beds would have been rendered unusable based on the damage to the infrastructure. The damage at Cornwall covers all the areas. So it's not like one area was damaged and you can use another area. Everywhere got a little touch of damage.
She notes that frustration among nurses continues to grow and says the association is closely monitoring how long it will take for the issues to be addressed, warning that the nurses have reached a breaking point.
Well, I go to Cornwall next Tuesday. I spoke to the Director of Nursing Services this morning, and she says there was supposed to be a walkthrough yesterday. She was not at work, but her deputy was. So she will update me as to if the walkthrough took place. If the walkthrough took place, what was the outcome? So that I will know when she returns my call.
Meanwhile, the nurses are adamant that they will not work under the current conditions.
It has been before the storm, but worse than after the storm. We were informed or given prior information that hopefully we'll be getting some better conditions to work in, but we have not been getting any answers and we don't know how to move forward from here.
Anthony Atkinson, TVJ News.
Take it away, honey. Let us talk right on this. This is very serious. Now, Brother Melting Pot. Right
yes.
Now, when you have a Christopher Tufton came out on the political platform, right, and shouted loud, amplified his voice, said there's no other administration in the history of our politics that spent so much billions of dollars on healthcare. We have moved the healthcare budget from $60 billion to over $900 billion, and he brags. Now, this is the facts that we are getting now, Melting Pot, particularly where CRH is concerned, Cornwall Regional Hospital is concerned, it's a 300-bed environment. Now, prior to Hurricane Melissa, right, the hospital was in a crisis and healthcare in a crisis. After Melissa, it's even worse. Now you're talking a reduction of bed space, right, to 160 bed facility that's supposed to sustain 300 bed. You're talking about a variances of 140 bed. Now, Melting Pot, when you look on this situation, right, give us your input as it relates to what happened to all the expenditures that Christopher Tufton has spoken about, the billions being spent, and wifey go through some of the basic necessities, right? Lead me on that point. No MRI machine, no CT scanners,
ultrasound machines.
Ultrasound machines.
You need beds.
Beds.
Better working condition.
Better working condition.
More staff.
More staff. Those are the issues, right? Very serious. What say you on the matter, Melting Pot? This is a crisis. And before you come in, Melting Pot, we have a Dunstan Bryan, right, where the Auditor General is saying going to $800 billion on Melting Pot, unaccounted for. What say you on the matter?
Well, we know from a long time when Tufton come out and a gloat and I say how much them increase spending, you know, within the Ministry of Health. We never see that spending. We are only hearing a guy talking, you know, but we're not seeing anything to match what he's saying. And the problem exists for a mighty long time. And, you know, I just wish that this type of action would have been, you know, laid out to the government from a long time in regard to the nurses them now, you know, putting up resistance towards what the government is doing and what they are saying. Because as we know for a fact, the hospital is not being monitored by the so-called Minister of Health in terms of making sure that the hospital are fully equipped and running and, you know, sustaining a high level of care. We don't see that because you can't have that when you don't have all the various things them that the hospital requires, such as the MRI, CT scan, the ultrasound machine, staff, bed, and working condition, and also accessories as it relates to toiletries and all these stuff. You know, there is absolutely nothing in the hospital them. So where is all this money that Tufton come and talk about? But the Auditor General say where the money has gone. It's unaccounted for. The Dunstan Bryan have a lot to say in regards to the massive amount of money that has been unaccounted for. So we know for a fact that Tufton was lying. What Tufton was doing was telling a narrative, yeah, to paint a picture that everything is rosy within the health sector. But every day we hear of turmoil within the health sector, patients complaining about lack of care, lack of facility when they go to the hospital, how they are being accommodated, and that under what circumstance. Well, we hear this medical personnel talking about CPR have to be done on the floor. Now, I mean, you can't have CPR being administered to a patient on the floor unless it's an emergency case that it took place outside. We can allow for that, but within the hospital space, we can't make any allowance for that. The condition must be of such that the nurses' work becomes enjoyable to them rather than depressing and distressing. You understand? Because elsewhere in the world, yeah, in the first world countries, yeah, so to speak, you don't have this type of situation. And I mean, we hear the government, yeah, the Andrew Holness-led regime speak about Jamaica becoming first world country by 2030. Now we are at 2026, and we are still having problem as it relates to not even having our medical fraternity in a good space. run down. We all know that. And they use the medical fraternity like Cornwall Regional Hospital and up at the University Hospital of the West Indies to funnel the money from the taxpayers' coffers. You understand? This is what I see happening. We don't see the money being utilized to improve the sector, yeah, to make life better for the nurses and doctors, to give them a better wage package. Nothing of that sort. We have seen the minister, Tough Tongue, yeah, have done so much damage that all our senior nurses and doctors, them leave the country. Now he's calling for them to come back home, offering them, solution that they should have remedied from long time so to keep the, medical personnel them in the country in the first place. So everything is a shamble, and we know them operate, them come out and them tell lie, because this regime, has not done anything to solidify what they are saying. Yeah, because we would have seen it. What we know they do is run out and tell lie and use their medium that them have, like NNN, to project the lie even further. So it's just time that the nurses them really come out and stand them guard against the administration, because we need changes. Yeah, we have seen so many people suffer, yeah, while in hospital and then end up losing them life without any care being offered to them. But they are there ample time to get the care, but nothing is there to care for them. They don't stay there and suffer and die, like Mr. Henry in Lionel Town at the hospital. Yeah, he lost his life sitting on a chair because there was no nebulizer to, give him that oxygen that he need. So we have to look on these things. These are critical things that need to be addressed. You understand? Simple nebulizer. Come on. We have to look at it, man, and enough is enough. And if it means that these personnel have to come out now and demonstrate to the government that enough is enough, then I support them 100%. Over to you, Sir Lord Byron.
All right, blessing melting pot. You're right, powerful punch there. Right, love that. Now Jamaica, right? I wonder where Draws Davis is, because we want Draws Davis in this time and moment. We're talking about extradition, and it's a make-up story, right? That's what he is communicating, and I wonder why the government cannot come out and just using Draws Davis and where Big Mama Station, right, to speak. The government need to come out and speak. So since the government is not coming out and speak, right, what we are going to show that it is not just few extradition that is out. My research take me to a shocking observation and realization. When I found it, I couldn't believe it. That you have extradition hitting the Jamaica Labour Party administration as way back under the Bruce Golding administration, right? And it increased under the Andrew Ones administration. And this is coming, right, from out of the Department of State in the United States. So no one who try to spin this, it cannot be spun, right? And they are going to tell you in terms of the process, right? So before we do that, let us show you the building up of some serious drug incident that happened, and most of it, the United States, right, pass on intelligence to Jamaica. Pass on intelligence to Jamaica. Most of that, drugs busting. So, yeah, I mean, Donald Trump is who he is, but Donald Trump is acting on policies that are established before even Donald Trump administration. He is now executing them. And so then I want to come forward tonight in terms of bringing that evidence, clear evidence. You're going to see it. Now, let us show some of the drugs activity that engage with the United States, right, and Jamaica. Let us go to Reason World Media, right? Taking from bottom to the top. Show the evidence of such situation.
Of cocaine valued at more than 7 billion Jamaican dollars or 50 million US dollars was seized in Kingston on Saturday in what's believed to be one of the largest drug busts in Jamaica's history. It's the third major find over the last 4 months. The cocaine was found in a container at the Kingston Freeport terminal.
And this find, my people, if you look at the date, 2023, right, the 14th of January. So bear that in mind under the Andrew Holness administration. It's crazy.
Limited in the Jamaican capital, in a joint operation involving Police Narcotics Division, the Jamaica Defense Force, and the Jamaica Customs Agency. The police said the discovery was around 3 a.m. The container was shipped from Colombia, and local law enforcement authorities believe Jamaica was not the final destination for the drugs. We haven't quantified it yet, but based on what we estimate the weight to be, it could be over 50 million US dollars, one top law enforcement source said. The police say additional details will be released soon. Approximately 2,000 pounds of cocaine, valued at $1.1 billion, was seized on December 26 last year after the JDF intercepted a go-fast boat in Jamaican waters off the coast of St. Thomas. It is believed that the vessel was traveling from Colombia. 3 Jamaican men who were aboard the vessel are in custody. In September last year, approximately 1,100 pounds of cocaine with an estimated street value of 25 million US dollars or 3.7 billion Jamaican dollars was found in 10 large travel bags at the Ian Fleming International Airport in St. Mary. The find triggered a high-level police investigation and the security. Receive our daily news items. A shipment of cocaine valued at more than 7 billion.
As it relates to other drug busts, right? Some of which, right, working with the American agency, police. Okay, we don't have to touch that one. All right, TikTok, right? Breadfruit. Let us get to that. And then we are going to get to our, play another clip, and then we get to our extradition file. Right? We want to make sure that Jaws Davis is over here.
A record amount of cocaine has been seized after reports of shootouts, speedboats, and drug running involving Jamaicans, Bahamians, and the police.
All right. So one was 2022, because that was aired 2023, the clip that I played previously. No, this is 2025. Let us
Haitian waters. I've got an update for you. So the Haitian National Police say a joint operation took place on July the 13th involving BLTS, the Anti-Narcotics Unit, and UDMO, Riot Police, and it led to the interception of a boat near Ile de la Tortue in northwest Haiti. Officers seized 1,045 kilos of cocaine with an estimated street value of 32 million. It's described by officials as one of the largest drug busts ever recorded in that region. Gilles Pierre, the government prosecutor for Port-de-Paix, confirmed to the Miami Herald that there were 2 people who died at sea in an exchange of gunfire, and there was another who did not die on the spot but died later. He's been identified as Jamaican Anthony Jimmy. One person from the Bahamas was also injured by gunfire and taken into custody. They're apparently currently under medical supervision, according to Haitian reports. The cocaine was packed into 49 bags. Many had branding of designer logos printed on the bricks. That's been reported by the government commissioner of Port-de-Paix. Police say 2 additional boats opened fire during the operation but fled the area. At this stage, no official statement has been issued by Jamaican authorities, and there's no indication from either Haitian or Bahamian sources of any involvement in Cuban waters. Further details and the official videos can be found on the Haitian National Police Facebook page, and previous statements remain available on the Bahamas Ministry of Foreign Affairs website. I believe that because this story is fast moving, I'm sure we're going to be learning a lot more about what's going on. So if you've seen some official verified reports and love fact checking, let me know what your sources are in the comments. This has been a Caribbean News update from the Breadfruit News with me, Jenny Steele.
Take that away, honey, and play the next clip, and then we get into our extradition document. All right, let us get there. We are only showing you the evidence. All right, yes, here it is. U.S. Coast Guard seized drugs valued $140.9 million in Caribbean Sea Atlantic, May 19, 2025, under the Andrew Holness administration. The amount of drug transshipment and gun, unbelievable. And that is why I am building up all of this, right, to get into that extradition report. You're going to see that it is just not 2025 when extradition file came out. There are a lot of extradition. As a matter of fact, Jamaica, let me say this. The paper is telling you roughly about 10 to 20 extradition per year. You are going to see that document. Now, Miami, United States, the United States Coast Guard said it has offloaded an estimated 19,000 pounds of cocaine and marijuana with a street value of 140 million, right, at Port Everglades in South Florida. It said the drugs were seized in 5 interdictions in the Atlantic Ocean and the Caribbean Sea by interagency partners. The resulting criminal investigation are linked to substantial amounts of transnational criminal organization, including the foreign terrorist organization Trinidad. The U.S. Coast Guard said that on April 12, the crew of its cutter, Colon, detected a suspicious fishing vessel in international waters exhibiting behavior consistent with narcotics trafficking about 1,200 miles west of Las Palmas, Canary Island, and seized about 10,000 pounds of cocaine. The Coast Guard said that on May 1, a military patrol aircraft located a suspicious vessel about 100 miles of Colombia, and Coast Guard deployed the U.S. Minneapolis St. Paul vessel, seizing about 1,500 pounds of cocaine. Mighty. Take that away. Let me talk to my people before we get into that extradition document. Now, my Jamaican people, I want you to listen up now, keenly. Now, Jamaica had it coming for a while. I was surprised in terms of the research, in terms of discovering this information. And I said, wow, shocking. You are going to see, as it relates to the extradition, right, information via, let me say that, let me give myself an additional boost, via mainstream media, United States media. You are going to see United States politicians responding to it and giving us the information that 10 to 20 extradition requests sent to Jamaica. And it has a history, not just the few extradition that been alarming about. It's more serious than this. More serious. So then I want Josh Davis to come out and say, okay, it is mainstream media who are concocting, right, this information about extradition, right? Speak to the American authority. Now, honey, without any delay, open that file. Let us go to that file. And this also reflect from mainstream media. There it is, the Gleaner. The Gleaner, Josh Davis, the Gleaner. Now, this is a report done from July 28, 2010, as it relates to history. U.S. eyes extradition of high-profile Jamaicans. U.S. eyes extradition of high-profile Jamaicans. Josh Davis, where there? And you notice it is in plural. So it is not only Dudus alone. U.S. eyes extradition for high-profile Jamaicans. Let us get into it. Josh Davis, more drawn here. Edmonton Campbell and Glenroy Sinclair, senior staff reporters, a senior member of the Obama administration, revealed yesterday that a series, Charles Davis, of extradition requests have been made by the United States government for Jamaicans to be sent abroad for trial. But U.S. officials are tight-lipped as to whether local elected officials are on the list. We are going to get down. You're going to see where politicians involved. Make we read now Jamaica. Dr. Arturo A. Valenzuela, U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Western Hemisphere Affairs. So, Charles Davis, you see where this is coming from? Let me read it back to you. Dr. Arturo A. Valenzuela, U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Western Hemisphere Affairs, said Washington was anticipating the processing of the request. All right. There is a series, open quote. Let me open quote him. Open quote. There is a series of extradition that the United States still has requested, and we look forward to those being processed. You hear that, Charles Davis? He said yesterday morning at a press briefing at the U.S. Embassy in St. Andrew. The cleaner understand that the list includes law enforcement officers, politicians, and high-profile individuals. Hold on. Charles Davis, come here. I want you to pay attention. I want you and Big Mama pay attention. Make you read back that over. Make you read back the paragraph here over. The cleaner understand, Charles Davis, that the list include, and remember, you know, Charles Davis, we are not talking about the recent one what dropped on the the DPP desk, right? Couple of days ago, you know. We're not talking about the one day, you know. We're talking about series. The cleaner understand that the list include law enforcement officers, politicians, and other high-profile individuals, according to the sources. Some of the extradition requests are related to the investigation of Christopher Dudos Cook, the alleged crime overlord who is in New York facing drugs and gun charges. All right. When quizzed about extradition requests, Valenzuela asked Isaiah Parnell, the charge of affairs at the U.S. Embassy, to respond. Not a public spectacle under that subheading. Look here now. Parnell stonewall reporters on whether the new request involved elected Jamaican officials, stating that the U.S. Embassy was discreet and circumspect in how it handled such diplomatic matters. Open quote. We have an extradition treaty that I personally showed it to my subscribers and listeners, that was worked well between the U.S. government and the government of Jamaica. It has not been our practice to talk about individual extradition requests. We don't expect that to change, he told the journalist. Parnell stressed that Washington would continue to work through the normal diplomatic channels to handle any extradition request deemed difficult. The charge d'affaires pointed out that there was no significant change in the number of extradition requests made by the U.S., adding that the range was between 10 and 20 per annum. I can read back that over now, man. Charles Davis, come. I'm going to call Charles Davis for me. People want to know call Charles Davis. Let me go back over that. The charge d'affaires pointed out that there was no significant change in the number of extradition requests made by the U.S., adding that the range was between 10 and 20 per annum. As issues come up, we will process them through the DPP. Here it is how it processed people. As issues come up, we will process them through the DPP. That's why the DPP get the new set right a couple days back. Director of Public Prosecutions, as we normally do, and the Attorney General's office. And we just look forward to that process running smoothly, he said. Dr. Paul Gardner, president of the Jamaica Council of Churches, one of the major critics of the Jamaican government's handling of the Coke saga, has cautioned that the Golden administration should return to the established extradition procedures, assuming that we bungled the last one. According to Gardner, the level of secrecy should be maintained in terms of information shared between the US and the Jamaican government. There's a point when it becomes public knowledge, and I would hope that this is adhered to in terms of those that are pending, he added. So basically, the extradition being done in secrecy based on what we are getting here. The fresh extradition request, now people, we're getting this. The fresh extradition request come on the heels of the June 24 transfer of Coke. The deposed Tivoli Garden strongman following a 9-month stalemate between Washington and Kingston over the request. Under intense pressure to resign in May, Golden softened his earlier stance on the request for Coke and gave the green light for his extradition. Last week, news surfaced that U.S. prosecutors had filed a new sealed document with the courts. Prosecutors gave no indication of what is contained in the document filed on June 20 in the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York, where Dudus is to be tried. Now, people, remember bringing it up to speed. Out of all the extradition that mounted as it relates to high official, remember, it's only Dudus them deal with now, So then, these extradition coming down the pipeline, right, are those with senior officers as well, politicians as well, right? They are the new sets. They are on the DPP desk. Venezuela met with Golden yesterday as part of 3-nation tour of the Caribbean. He visited the Bahamas and is to make his final stop in Trinidad and Tobago. During their meeting, Golden and Venezuela discussed how the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative could be more effective. The CBCI, announced by U.S. President Barack Obama during the summit of the Americans in Trinidad and Tobago early last year, focused on 3 main objectives. The initiative is aimed at substantially reducing illicit drug trafficking, increasing public safety and security, and promoting social justice. Take this away, Oni. Take this away. So then, let me say this to Jamaica. It is not few extradition on the DPP's desk. Several extradition on the DPP's desk. Where it simply means, right, no matter how long you try to delay the process, right, it is going to be known under the Jamaica Labour Party administration. It is a crying and utterly shame and embarrassment what is taking place under the Andrew Holness admission. Extraditions after extraditions, several requests pop up on the DPP desk, right? And this is no joke. This is confirmed, right, by the U.S. State Department. Now, Melting Pot, what say you on this matter?
Well, this is a matter of grave concern, and it dates back as far back as 2010, under the Obama administration. And we know it's a long-standing issue as it relates to the high level of volume of trafficking, as it relates to drugs, guns, and all these things that has been trafficking through South America into Jamaica and out of Jamaica into other territories and countries worldwide. So this, is nothing new, but it has been, so to speak, protected by the Jamaica Labour Party administration, going all the way back from Bruce Golding. Because as what you just read here pointed out, that annually, 10 to 20 of these requests were made to the administration. And the request, speaks about high profile officers, politicians, and individual from society at large. But only one was made lamb to the slaughter, and that was Dodos. The politicians, they were protected, and the big boys, they was protected. But the local representative from the underprivileged society was used as a scapegoat in that regard. You understand? Not saying that there is not evidence surrounding Dodos' involvement in these things, but just goes to show you how the system operates in Jamaica. None of these upper class society people were not brought to justice. It's only the little man from down in a Tivoli Garden was extradited. But we are talking about a lot of people and the extradition request. So the Jamaica Labour Party is a protector in that regard. Protect the participant in these type of activities. And now Donald Trump is moving towards them with a more vigorous endeavor to get these requests being done. You understand? So it's a matter now where the government, have to come out, and do the right thing. The DPP, the Attorney General, they have to come out and do the right thing. Because they cannot be seen to be protecting people who are involved in these type of drug trafficking, And I mean, all the Jamaican counterpart also have to respect the treaty between them and the United States as it relates to extradition process. There's no way you can just stand off. If there's a treaty, the treaty must be recognized. The principal terms and conditions of the treaty must be upheld. So under no circumstance, the standoff does not show itself that the treaty between Jamaica and the United States is working effectively. Because why would the Jamaican counterpart protect people, who find themselves within that extradition package? If you want to work and work effectively with your foreign counterpart, then you have to do the right thing. Because no government should, practice or participate in these type of activity. And no government should protect anyone, who participate in these type of activity. We are talking about laws, that is within a treaty, that both governments sign as a memorandum of understanding. But one government try to muddy the water at all time, and slow the process, and in some cases don't even do any process, just a standoff. No, they did that under the Obama administration, and they did it as well under Biden administration. But Donald Trump is taking a new line. Donald Trump is not allowing them to dictate terms and matters, No. Donald Trump now is moving, as I said, as a man on a mission to get things done, understanding fully well how the Jamaican counterpart go about playing out the situation as like what we see they're trying to do at the moment. You understand? By pursuing arrest rather than handing over personnel. So this is a matter now where we have to just look at it and analyze it for what it is. Corruption is in the Jamaica Labour Party. The Government operate as a corrupter, facilitate corruption, and protect corruptors. And so the United States under Donald Trump is not bargaining for that. This administration under Donald Trump need these people to be extradited. So I'm just sitting here waiting to see how long they will take before they honor the list. And that list needs to be honored. Because, as Sir Byron pointed out earlier on, this is something that the US State Department have on their record. These people. You understand? And so Donald Trump privy to the information. And it's like a backlog of information. You understand? It's like a backlog of information. No, it's just like what we see in Jamaica. There is so much pile up within the justice system where there's no trial for over 3,000 cases because this is how corrupt government operate. You have a system, but then you have the system clogged. So you can easily hide people in the system because there's too much on record. Now the system have to clean up. You have to offload the amount of garbage that is in the system to minimize the system so the system can be easily looked at and monitored. Yeah? We don't need to have high level of cases sitting on DPP desks within the Supreme Court and all these things and nothing been done. Nothing been done because they involve people of affluent society. But whenever it occurs within the underprivileged society, you see where cases being tried swiftly, people being charged and sent to prison. So this two-law dimension is becoming a problem. And I just hope that the powers that be, just come out and do the right thing. If we say we want, if them say them want to make Jamaica a better place, as we are here, Andrew Wallace talk about, then the cleaning up operation have to start. And it has to start now. And I yield back the floor to you, Sir Byron.
Blessing for that melting pot. Well said. Powerful punch. Seems like you bring out the GPMG, general purpose machine gun, right, tonight. However, when we look on the situation as it relates to, right, those extradition file, right, that, it's quite alarming because we never know, right, that you have a series of 10 to 20 extradition, right, requests per year. That is shocking. Honestly, that is shocking. Right? And we are not the one who, right, as according to what Josh Davis is saying, that it's a concocted story. No. Evidence, right, coming out of the Department of Justice from the United States and telling us something more shocking than the few who listed on the recent extradition. We never know that per year, right, 10 to 20 requests, right, being asked of Jamaica to fulfill. And remember, we know our politicians them, We know our politicians them, and we have not seen one politician had gone. So obviously what it is saying to us, that the Jamaica government is using whatever strategies, you understand, to draw out the situation and all of that. We have intel as it relates to recent extradition that sits on the DPP desk. And we know who those people are and we have those names. And that coupled with the fact of previous extraditions that have been on the DPP's desk. So here it is now that I want to explain to Jamaican people that when you see that the United States is now pushing out sanctions on Jamaica, right? It involves several factors, one of which is that Jamaica is not honoring the treaty signed by United States and Jamaica. And when I say to my listeners that, hey, this is not too much of a Donald Trump situation. It is just that Donald Trump is just executing policies, established policies, and situations that were not focused in a way in terms of moving aggressively. Now Donald Trump is moving aggressively towards us as a result of, Jamaica, right, in that neutral realm. So what you want to see now is that extradition that United States have, they are now pushing it out, right? For these people now to be pressured, these people to be prosecuted in the United States. One want to say, okay, it might be, all right, United States is using it, right, to bend Jamaica in terms of, right, make a decision, make a choice as according to what Trump, right, doing to Cuba in terms of making a choice whether they are going to support United States or you're going to support, right, the China, the BRICS, or whatever you want to call it, whatever definition you want to give it. The fact of the matter, the corruption within the Jamaica Labour Party administration, my Jamaican people, let me tell you this. When we do the research, we understand that the extradition request has never made during the PNP administration. Think of that. Think of that. Every extradition request, including Dudus, the big major one, right, done under the Jamaica Labour Party administration. Right? So then basically it is clear that the United States have no qualms with the People's National Party as it relates to drug transshipment, blah, blah, blah. As a matter of fact, let me say this to Jamaican people, and this is evidence, and you have the Google search engine where you can go and search. Right now, watch this. WikiLeaks. And these people are, top level investigators. I've never done, right, as it relates to investigation, in-depth investigation, and found out that, okay, all right, you have persons that are acquainted with the PNP strongly involved in drug transshipment and gun transshipment. It is always the Jamaica Labour Party administration coming up. And that is one of the reasons why it was so important for me, you understand, finding that documentation is saying, yes, confirm extradition, right, to the fact that they are saying yearly Jamaica, 10 to 20 extradition requests being processed. 10 to 20. And that was communicated, from the date that you have seen. We don't know the level of which you may have some increase on it, however, right? Where we get our intel, let me tell you something, Jamaica. Where we got our intel, right? We got the intel, right, from persons in the know. Persons in the know. I am not going to give up my source. No, not going to do that. We are not that careless. We have to protect our source. But we know that the file is on the DPP's desk. Right? And so then the DPP, what this goes to show you, Jamaica, that Paula Llewellyn and Claudette Campbell, as they have been struggling as it relates to extradition requests coming from the United States. This is how serious the thing is. This is what defined Andrew Holness' administration. Can Andrew Holness come out and say, no, this is a lie? This wouldn't be against Mystic Sensation. it would have to be against the United States Department. Because I showed you the report. So can you come out and debunk that report? No, you can't. Right? So then, Jaws Davis, you just need to shut your clappers and quiet because we know that you are getting paid. Right? Yes. Okay. So let me just move now to other areas of concern. Now, my Jamaica people, when I'm telling you that the Andrew Holness administration, a kleptocratic administration, a banana republic, they mean the country no good. They mean the nation no good. PR, they will kill you with PR. Because they believe that, okay, they can do, right, they can do us wrong. And they can PR the way out of it because they are the experts on PR. Andrew Holness find himself as a snake eyes man. And he believes that when he goes out there and he articulates, right, of course, he's going to convince, he's going to influence because he's powerful. But guess what? Over a period of time, people start to realize that, you know, you're a big scam. One of the realization is what we had seen a couple hours today, where nurses and doctors are coming out and they are saying, you know, enough of you. All your promises, all your political utterances that means nothing to us. You have robbed us from a good healthcare system and we're tired of you. No more we will sit in silence and have you PRing your way out of your mess that you created. You have done our health service no good. And for over 10 years, what we have left with are billions of dollars unaccounted for. In any first world country, Christopher Tufton would not survive a day, could never survive a day. Christopher Tufton would have been sent to prison. That's the reality. Christopher Tufton would have sent to prison. Now, let us look on the pure talk factor and the PR factor. Honey, let us get into this. Now, Jamaica, let us get to reality a bit. And let us ask ourselves the question. Hurricane Melissa was October 28th. Yeah, I'll do it in the meantime that you can do it. Yeah. Hurricane Melissa was on October 28th. The passing of Melissa until now going 3 months. 3 months. And the Jamaican government having in their position billions, tons of aid, billions of dollars. And after 3 months, they cannot show as it relates to even 50% of those who are damaged by Hurricane Melissa victim that they have assisted. It's a crying shame on this government. Crying shame. Now look at this. Government launches shelter recovery program to aid Hurricane Melissa victim. As I said, Jamaica always speaks in the future tense. The canartist, the scammer. They can't speak as it relates to past tense in showing Jamaica that here is the number. This is the statistics. We are done this. No. The conners, the scammers, the canartists, the liars, the deceivers, they have to speak futuristically because they are promisers, they are scammers. Government launches shelter recovery program to future tense. Aid Hurricane Melissa victims. January 15th, you know, this is yesterday. Here is the Snake Eyes salesman. See me? See the people? See them there? The government has launched the shelter recovery program. So hold on, let me ask you a question. You just launch it? Andrew Honest. From the time that Hurricane Melissa passed from October 28th, you just launched this? People, hey, if I'm not busy, come here. The government has launched the shelter recovery program. Just imagine, going 3 months, and Andrew Wallace administration just launching this. A multifaceted and coordinated national response to support individuals and families whose homes were damaged during the passage of Hurricane Melissa on October 28th. Now, from October 28th, Andrew Honest, you claim that you had helped Jamaican people and you are building resilience. This is how you're building resilience. That many people been suffering, many people been sleeping under tarpaulin, many people been exposed to the element, and you just find time now. All of a sudden, you just find time now, going into 3 months, that you just decided, woo, you know, we need to launch the shelter recovery program. Like seriously? Like seriously? No. This initiative marks the country's transition from immediate hurricane relief to long-term recovery, encompassing the reconstruction, rehabilitation, and where necessary, relocation of homes to restore dignity and security for affected Jamaicans. After what? Going 3 months. Going 3 months. Take that away. Let us go to the next document as it relates to, right, the promises. Now, look at this now, Jamaica again. Right? Another futuristic situation. Now, look at this, my Jamaican people. Look at this. Government work with partners to deliver cash support. You know, I would prefer to have that subject matter stated that government had worked with partners and delivered cash support. Upon this point, that wording that is there, I have a problem with. The wording that ought to be there should be saying government worked ED past tense with partners, right, and delivered ED cash support to households impacted by Hurricane Melissa. But look what is there. Look what is there, honey. Government working with partners to. I want to know why they must spit on Jamaican people so. Government working with partners to deliver cash support to household impact by Hurricane Melissa. Pick them up, pit pound now. Them up, pit pound. After going into 3 months, where they should have government had worked with partners and delivered cash support continues to deliver cash support to households impacted by Hurricane Melissa. But look on the worthless piece of, hey, let me tell you, the worthless piece of RASS. Look on this. Government working after going into 3 months, government working with partners to deliver cash support, futuristically speaking. Take that away. Let us go into the next document. All criminal them. Want to do with the aid. Want to do with the aid. Make you brush them. Right? Make you brush them. Because they claim that they are the ones who smart and have brain. You understand? But they are dinosaurs. They have no brains. Now watch this now. Individuals, entity, invited to. Look what I say on the paper. Individual entities invited to. Them a stop from people with Jamaican people. To adopt hurricane damaged homes across St. James. Now, after 2 months, you come now the people to. Every PR on the pond to. They can't talk in the past tense and show evidence in terms of what they have done. Then run out to. Brother Melting Pot.
Yes, my brother.
What say you? Put Melting Pot on the big screen. What say you? You understand that the government is now pitting on Jamaican people. Right? Nothing in the past tense, but to future tense. We don't see it happening yet. And they are not quoting from statistics. Right? Bring up Melting Pot on the big screen. What say you on the matter?
Sir Byron, this is, just a despicable way of dealing with the Jamaican people who suffered heavily at the hands of Hurricane Melissa by the Andrew Holness administration. And you're right, they say they are just spitting on the people. Everything is too. You understand? We're not hearing what has been done. We're not seeing report, showing and proving as it relates to the work that has been done in terms of numbers of houses being repaired, numbers of houses that have been built, how many people are now back into their proper home. We are not getting those type of communication. All we are getting is new launches and new program after 3 months. And I mean, we cannot have this as a part of communication strategy between this garbage government, and the Jamaican citizen. This guy is not telling us anything that we welcome right now. You understand? We don't welcome such a thing that government launches shelter recovery program to aid Melissa victim. And that report is on the 15th of the 1st January 2026. 3 months post Melissa. You understand? Then you come back now, you hear government working with partners to deliver cash support to household impact by Hurricane Melissa. 3 months post Melissa. You understand? And we don't want this type of communication. This is PR. This is pure rubbish. You understand? But make us focus now upon a guy who is in charge of the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, Colonel Charles Jr., A.K. Sniffy. Him are the man, who's supposed to have all other minister, outside of the Prime Minister, be in charge of this restoration program. Because all of this come under Social Security. You understand? It comes under Social Security. But instead, we see this guy playing politics, having Chinaman dropping off tons of relief supply at him private home. And we see where him come out and do PR. We see them give people who are not elected members, goodies bag to distribute. So they are their campaign, And the campaign that them have is not a campaign that the Jamaican people welcome. Because we're not in politics time, We are in a recovery, rebuilding process as it relates to Hurricane Melissa and how many people have been displaced out of their regular home. You understand? How many communities has been torn apart? We need to get back that together. And this is why I know the donor countries them donate to Jamaica. This is why I know the IMF give the government 6.7 billion US dollars. This is why the category 5 cat bond insurance was released to the government. This is why they get an additional 50 million from the CRIF, and they get an additional 20 million from CARICOM. 70 million from CRIF, and an additional 20 million from CARICOM partners. So in total, from the region, there was a 240 million US given to the government to start the rehabilitation program. And then you know about the big 6.7 billion, the biggest drawdown by any government in Jamaica. But up until now, no houses has been built or renovated or nothing of that consequence. People are still living in shelters outdoor, and that's appalling. You understand? We have seen where minister from this regime has gone into even shelter to displace people who doesn't have a home.
Exactly,
and
exactly.
You understand? So we know the matter is a priority that Jamaican people now have to start to put their input into the situation. The people, today I just sit down and say, well, I noticed the video them scale down what coming out of Jamaica in regard to Ground Zero. Ground Zero people who want some video, want some up-to-date video. We want everybody from the various community just send the video them to Man in the Wilderness and Mystic Sensation. Yeah? So that we can show what has been done and what has not been done. You understand? Because we hear some guy running out and talking off the mouth, Yeah? As my brother Byron just used a term, like clappers. That's the mouth go, but nothing factual coming out of it. Because when you confront them with the real facts, some guy apologize. Like Pumbaz. Remember how Pumbaz did a blaze fire in a parliament, And the only time the fire brigade could have cooled him is when time daytime came to come. And make him know say not one dege to get back light. And then you see him submit and him become subdued. Yeah? And himself apologize for misinformation. This government is a government that will not stop to trick the Jamaican citizen unless you put them under pressure. If you allow them to speak and you're just silent and listen what them say, them get away with it. Now we know the situation here as it stands right now is that this administration has failed the people and has failed them miserably. You can imagine 3 months, you have money, you have material, you have tradesmen, but nothing been done. Nothing been done, So, our Jamaican people has been left hung out to dry under the prevailing circumstance. But our Jamaican people knowing fully well how much this government has gotten from International Monetary Foundation and from donor country and from individual. You can imagine all the pilot and the data we lost them life trying to help Jamaica. How them feel right now within themselves. The effort when them put out to assist Jamaican. But the nasty kleptocratic government we have in Jamaica remain in a situation where it's a no caring attitude that must show the people. No caring attitude. You understand? Because under no circumstance, we shouldn't be discussing about futuristic development, We should have been talking about what has done. And the government should be cutting ribbon like they normally do.
Exactly.
After them restore, yes, Sir Byron, after them restore the people within the various community. And we're talking about a widespread working program. You know, just concentrate on one year, then you move on one. You know, you just spread out the work team. Yeah, so everybody I get look after in them various communities and districts. All parishes start to get mobilized back again. Yeah, but we have a guy who just go around and take the money and do all type of thing and hand out 75 million to churches. Them and give them friend contract out of it. Hey, people.
All of them
When we see them yeah. When we see them coming in all some numbers in about $10 billion. $10 billion. And the ceiling where you can get is $500,000. You understand? Yeah, 500,000. $500,000, that you know. 500,000 is $500,000. And you also have to damage to the extent where it not exists, but them get $500,000 people a house. But Andrew and them friend them a sell one little cheap fabricated house for 16 and 20 million. The hurricane tear it up and show everybody. But you give back the people them the ceiling amount where you can get, you know, the highest amount you can get is $500,000, 500,000. We hear some figures brandish about them they cannot even build a toilet.
Crazy.
So Andrew Wallace administration is telling the Jamaican people very, very short. People, remember, you know, the World Bank did an assessment of how much it would take to build back Jamaica. And so the World Bank, using that metric system, they deliver on that in terms of money being allocated to the Jamaican government to start the rebuilding restoration program. And you see what Andrew Wallace and him administration do? Them sit down for the money for a mighty long time. Them smell them, them play with them start to give them friend them the same money. Yeah, people are get contract left, right, and center. People who are not supposed to even get a contract. It's a friend and Kumbolo situation the government are run with the 6.7 billion US dollar. Because right now as we speak, yeah, not one house has been restored. So not one family have moved back into their home. Not one. But here is a government now trying in the middle of January, yeah, coming out with another PR gadget. Yeah? PR gadget is, you know, working with partners. Let me ask Andrew Wallace a question. How long it take you to demolish ADPEM and rebuild it? How long it take you? A few days, you know. You tear down the original ADPEM and you build back a new ADPEM with your friend Alvin Gale in charge. You understand? So we know so you can move swiftly to do things when it's in your interest. But when it's not in your interest, you stall it. Because the more you keep the money, the more you rob it, you know. And the more it dwindle down. Because we know how we deal with money. You understand? But the money will come to Jamaica, the 6.7 billion, is to get people back into their home and to also offer a boost to the economy by employing our Jamaican trade personnel to work and to make everything start to move like a machinery once again. So we don't want to hear this PR. Yeah, them rubbish away come from out of the Labour administration. Nobody now digest this round here. The people them need restoration. Yeah, and them need it like now. Jamaican people don't have to go kick up storm, you know. We don't have to go kick up storm against Andrew Holness. We don't have to kick up storm against Sniffy. Him are the man in charge of social security. We don't know secure. Crocodile can't yam on no. Under the tent where them left for 3 months. When rain a fall, we don't know secure. from the element that comes with the rain. You know, get wet, you know, cold, round, you know, muddy. What kind of dilapidated government is around the country, man? This government just sick stomach. So we look like we are going to send a message out to the international country, them, the donor country, them, you know. We don't need to question the administration as to why it is such a lethargic program in place to rebuild back the people in home. Because all of this could have gone in the meantime when GPS have put up them light posts, you know. It look like only that was the priority to get back light. Light so them big boys entity can start up back again. But me know the light man them not build house. So if you bring the light man them to work, bring the mason, the carpenter them to work as well. Look how quick them move towards the cat ban insurance. Look how swift them going at OUR and take 50 million to put pan the cat ban money. Them get the CRIF 70 million US and them get another 20 million from CARICOM. Yeah, so them get 240 and 50 or 290 million that, you know. 290 million Pumvas and the shop around and put together to pump in a GPS. But GPS stakeholder, them majority stakeholder, sit down for 80% and them a foreign counterpart. But we not hear them put 1 penny on the table, restore back GPS. Yeah? A taxpayer's money, restore back GPS. And on top of that, have to go pay 42% increase in electricity bill spread over a period of month. So what is happening under this kleptomania government is a situation where you find that they're only looking out for themselves and them big allies, the rich allies, them PSOJ counterpart in Jamaica. And this is why every time he said to my people, you know, forget about politics now. At time when you start to realize, yeah, what is happening to the life in a Jamaica. Because me sure know, you know, what is happening under this regime. It affects everybody, whether you're labor right or you're PMP. It affects the country. And when you live in a country that is being plagued with a certain parasite, then everybody have to feel the bite. You must feel the bite. This parasite, blood-sucking government where we have in a Jamaica, everybody know I feel the bite, whether you're labor right or you're PMP. Because remember, you know, my people, if a machine gets stuck, you know, everything come to a halt. And right now, the government has grind the country and the economy to a halt. I think that the people have to come out now in their numbers and voice their opinion against the slackness by the government. It's a time that this has to be an initiative taken by the citizen. We are doing the work in the background, projecting all the variances, yeah, highlighting the reasons why it's a time what we call now call to action. Jamaican people will have to move toward this government. Yeah? Move toward the government in a way that is meaningful. We don't want no disruption in terms of violence and destroying of monuments and all these things. Just go and make a voice be heard wherever. Yeah? If a parliament you have to go, you don't go to parliament. If you have to go in the square, you don't take the square. Yeah? And make sure no say everything record and sent to the international community because so Jamaica can get help. When the international community intervene, the garbage government have to listen. Right now, them disrespecting the voice of the people in Jamaica. Them having a standoff against the victim of Hurricane Melissa. God, I'm waiting on you guys to take matters into your hand, to source the funding, to do your own restoration. I yield back the floor to you, Sir Byron.
Blessing. No, put me on.
Let me just say something, because Melting Pot spoke about a 42% increase with JPS, and we got our JPS bill for November to December. We normally pay what, $300 and some change.
Yes, because
we just pay the meter rental and the IP fuel, whatever charge, and we got a bill for $1,000 plus. That is what, 300 and something percent increase.
Yes,
from $300 and something to $1,000 plus. And you know what they did? The bill is due on the 9th, and they sent it on the 8th. So I want to see if they're going to put the late charge on it.
The strategies in terms of creeping from people, right, who they believe they can scrape from. Well, let us start now, Jamaica, and let us liven up ourselves. One by one, they are going to jail. One by one, they are going to jail. Let me give you something as it relates to what is transpired. People, we haven't heard anything about the Rural Read case. Well, guess what? The Rural Read case is locked and definitely preparing Rural Read to go to prison. And so then, remember now, even though recently I had beaten up the court because I felt disappointed that the court did not carry through what ought to be done in the Paul Buchanan case. But leave that as it may, we're moving on. And so then we still have some hope as it relates to the judiciary. Now, let us dive based on what I am seeing and what I am looking on. Rural Read cannot miss prison. We said one by one they're going to jail. Bring up that document. Let us bite into that. So Rural Read again lost his bid. Right? Now, here it is, my Jamaican people. There it is, the date. You know, because we have to talk about the date first. Friday, January 16, 2026, 6:57 p.m. So you know, say, it just come out for the press. This is what we call hot off of the press. I wonder if hot off of the press, they hear me. Big up yourself, hot off of the press. People, remember, if you always support hot off of the press and Anastabel Rose, those are the two female warriors that we know that, you understand, out there, you understand, fighting for good governance. Now, Supreme Court rejects bid by Rural Read, Fritz Pinnock, and co-accused to challenge fraud case indictment. Problem there. The Supreme Court has refused applications from lawyers representing former Education Minister Rural Read, former head of the Caribbean Maritime University, Professor Fritz Pinnock, and their co-accused to challenge the indictment in their fraud case and to take their grievance to the Judicial Review Court. No. It's not going to happen. No more delayed tactics. We have been dealing with this case for years upon years. The judge wants to put it away. And guess what? You are going to prison. The court also rejected an application to pause the fraud case, which is before the Kingston and St. Andrew Parish Court. Good news this. Pinnock Read, his wife Sharon, their daughter Sharelle, and Jamaica Labour Party Councillor Kim Brown Lawrence are accused of defrauding CMU and the Ministry of Education of more than $25 million. Well, listen, man. This is just the MO of the Jamaica Labour Party administration, the modus operandi of the Jamaica Labour Party. administration. The whole of them are thief. We now pick them over here. For Andrew Owen, let's go straight down. Right? Andrew Owen, let's pack up paid thief in a parliament. And it's time to call a spade a spade. Andrew Owen corrupted, his entire administration corrupted. They are corruption. They are criminals. Right? No enough of them begs, in terms of what I'm saying. Their lawyers had argued before the parish court, among other things, that there was a critical error in the indictment. Which critical error in the indictment? Why you not go and go sit down? Which critical error in which indictment? It was argued that the indictment order, which authorizes the commencement of the matter, contained information related only to Pinnock and Reed, and not the other three accused, and that they are used. And so what? It is going to connect the dot. The defense contended that this rendered the trial invalid against Sharon and Cheryl Reed. No, because them name not listed on the indictment, the whole case with Dasher. You know, one piece of corruption. You know, one piece of shit this. Because them are people name not listed on the indictment. You understand? The judge now feels throw out the case and Royal Reed now walk free. And you what the cause now film to pay the penalty. Because Sharon and Cheryl Reed, right, as well as Brown Lawrence, them name never listed. The indictment involved them. And that is going to be borne out in the trial. Stand up. You think you can use how you want to use. That's not going to make that. Well, you are not challenging the charges against you. But you are challenging to the fact that Sharon and Cheryl Reed names are not on the indictment. Don't worry yourself. It is going to burn out in the court. Don't worry yourself. You think so you want the court to know to throw that and Royal Reed and the whole of now rob taxpayers and walk away. You pay fee to Royal Reed. Remember Mystic Sensation tell you pay for this. The lawyers took the matter to the Supreme Court after senior parish judge Sancha Burchell dismissed the argument, ruling that 3 women were covered by the indictment order and that the trial should proceed. Yes. Must proceed. You think that can top it? You are not challenging the charges, but you search some loophole and say, yes, yeah, we find sitting. Okay, all right. They never put them on people and name on the indictment. So guess what? We want the court to throw it out. Coupon you too. You favor dark shit. The Crown argued that all 5 accused were properly before the court. All I want to went there before the court. So it is going to be borne out. And so what? Those 3 names never upon the indictment. And so what? That means that the case with that. I saw no one work. I saw no one doing criminal activity and walk out of court. I saw no one work. Oh, you're not easy. The defense disagreed and sought a stay of the proceedings and leave to apply for judicial review. You're not getting no judicial review over here. You're not getting no judicial review. You understand? The charges are overwhelming. Right? Your thiefness is so bright. Your thiefness is so blatant and so bright, it brightened up the entire globe. Senior Parish Judge Burrell and the clerk of the courts were listed as respondents, with the Financial Investigation Division named as an interested party. Royal Reed, his wife, their daughter, and Pinnock were represented by attorneys Hugh Wildman. Well, Hugh Wildman, may I tell you, say you can't crack a one eye. You can't crack a one here. If me not sure of nothing else, be sure of the one here. You can't crack a one here. Caroline Chuck, Shannon Clark, and Shamar Bryan. No lawyer was listed in the filing of Brown Lawrence, who was an applicant in the case. After hearing submissions, the Supreme Court rejected the application. Kick all of them out the door. Kick out all of them application. They are garbage them. You wild man know all of that too, you know, but you wild man go and eat a food. All right, you wild man, me not talk about your business. I leave that, me not bust you. You understand? I mean, no mind. Go on, you have food, yes. You understand? Because in thief up the people, you know. So go on, you have some food off of you, wild man. I can give you some money. Now, after hearing the submissions, the Supreme Court rejected the application. Yeah, man, you wild man knows that the application was going to be rejected. Think you wild man either. Go and eat the food here, you wild man. You understand? I don't talk about the thing them still. Among other things, the court ruled that the applications failed to demonstrate an arguable ground for judicial review with a realistic prospect of success. Of course. Of course. Can't go nowhere. And as I say, you wild man, just go and eat the food. Name the food. You understand? Stretch him out. Broke him, you wild man. Broke him. He deserves to be broke. Broke him. Yeah, he deserves to be broken. Broke him. Broke him, you wild man. Melting pot. You agree for you wild man? Broke him.
100%. Of course.
It further ruled that the parish judge acted in accordance with section 272 and 273 of the Judicature Parish Courts Act prior to the commencement of the criminal trial. Open quote. It cannot be tenably argued that the learned senior judge of the parish court erred in law when she signed the order for indictment, which was endorsed and an information on the face of which only 2 of 4 applicants are named as accused persons. It cannot be tenably argued that only the first and second applicants are properly before the learned senior judge of the parish court in the criminal trial in the court below. It cannot be tenably argued that the learned senior judge of the parish court acted illegally or ultra-vires her statutory authority, or that the criminal trial of the applicants in the court below is a nullity. The ruling stated in the part. I mean, you wild man, I know you know better than that, you know, but as me said, you wild man, you know me and you know the thing, how the thing run, one yam some food. There is a suitable alternative remedy available to the applicants by way of an appeal. Right? And you know, the way our world read ugly. As a matter of fact, anybody was so ugly, not supposed to thief the money and get away. If you have one look at handsomeness, you know, but him that ugly and a thief the money and want to get away with it. So him thief the money and plus him ugly on top of that. No, Jamaica, we can't stand for that. Him ugly and him a thief. He can't get away. Eh? So him rob up the taxpayer money, and when him look now, the trial, them all have to charge him for his ugliness. Charge him on top of that and send him to prison. Give him some more sentence for him ugliness for one to come thief the money, half time so ugly. The applicants have failed. You agree with me, Melting Pot?
Yeah, man.
Okay, all right. That means someone must proceed.
Proceed.
So if you get additional charge for ugliness.
Of course.
Boy, Melting
God not like ugly. God like ugly.
Well, I say God not like ugly. Me agree
no,
with
sir.
The applicants have failed to demonstrate a basis on which the criminal trial in the court below are properly to be stayed, the ruling added. In addition to rejecting the applications, the court reserved its decision on the issue of cost, also included his ugliness. Take it away on it. Now, just imagine Jamaica. This pizza, I don't know why I'm favoring. You understand? One can come rob the money and get away with it. Eh? For that prison, man. And plus sentence for ugliness. Melting Pot, what say you on the matter? Come in.
Well, this matter is a matter where I can't wait for it come to a crescendo. You understand? Because I over 6 years now. This must be one of the cases will come off out of the listed over 3,000 unsolved case. Yeah, because this is a cut and dry thing, you know. I don't know why it takes so long.
Exactly.
But we all know that he was given protection by Andrew and the DPP. Yeah, because I mean, we all know them two individuals that facilitate these type of people. People who, you know, come out and do high level criminality in our society. Because here it is now. Yeah. Them want to use a clause saying that two of the accused were not a part of, you know, the indictment in the criminal affair. No, not because them name never appear. Them linked to it. And we will find that people are associated with criminal organization, then they too must be brought to bear by the justice system for aiding and abetting. You understand? So in the case of all who will read them want say are the liar, I don't know if a you Wildman, Carolyn, Chuck, or whoever I put that motion forward. That can't happen. You understand? So I applaud the parish judge to throw that out. That's it out. No more wasting at the court time. We have to clean up the backlog of cases where we have in Jamaica, or else abolish the judicial system and the courthouse them, because they wouldn't be serving them purpose. Too many high-profile cases been sitting down, harboring cobweb and dust. Them need to clean up now. So, as you rightly say now, you wild man go on yam a food. Yeah? Just go on full your crowd. Because them are criminal, you know, a whole heap of money, them thief, you know. Whole heap of money. Yeah, we are see them a put out 25. People are not 25. A whole heap more than 25 them stole. You understand? Yeah, so it's a massive fraud. Yeah, where him a run for a mighty long time. Because remember him do it through the educational system, you know. Yeah, where them set up fictitious account. 28 account where people making application to enroll into the Caribbean Maritime Institute University were told to put their money into these various accounts. Now, if that is not telling the world that that is a criminal activity going on, no, then nobody don't know what is criminal activity. Because when you have something like that where you have to pay your student tuition fee for enrollment, it's maybe 2 accounts. And them listed, yeah, maybe you have one at the criminal NCB and one maybe at Jamaica National. So you choose any one of them you can put. But 28, you mad, fictitious account, where when the money going out, it circulate through some little lane and avenue and alley and come right back to them people here. After the thing that are running up, the money never going to CMU account. It are going to the fictitious account where linked to Pinnock and Ruel Reid people. So I don't know how Ruel Reid want wiggle him way out of this. You can't wriggle your way out of this. I may tell the judge, you know, and the day of sentencing, you know, we don't need to add more time on the sentence when we get one for ugliness and one for stubbornness. So you give him another 20 years for ugliness and another 35 years for stubbornness. And you make that 55. And that's the number where the year you take from education fund, 55 million. So you give him 1 year for one of them million there. You understand? Because people must get the right type of punishment for the crime where them commit. Yeah? And we don't want to hear say, because the case, the trial come about 6 years ago, nobody add that, you know, to him sentence, you know. It starts from when him get charged. Me, I make sure put it out there. But want him time commence from the day when him officially charged and sent to prison. And Royal Reed and pin up and all of the accuse them. Yeah? The 3 female them. You see the wife and daughter, them can get half a Royal Reed time. You see Kim Brown Lawrence, she forget the same like Royal Reed and pin up. Cause you know why? She's a government official charged with the responsibility of taxpayers' money. But she did it and facilitate the fraud in the taxpayers. So you charge she, Royal Reed, and pin up under one umbrella. Yeah? Just leave the daughter and the wife and give them half away Royal Reed, the husband again. And we know Royal Reed is supposed to see back the day of light in our society, you know. And one stand for all them man they put behind the walls. At him age, him not have no future in our society based on the time when we forget. We want some strong sentencing now start dish out to the Jamaican them who do this type of practice for more than decades. And I get to with it and I want a big life Royal Reed live and enjoy, you know, from the time I'm involved in this, you know. While the people are suffer, like when you see I go on a ground zero. Yeah? Jamaican people on average were suffering while these little minorities were enjoying all the finest wine and dine and cuisine. Can fly out, can shop at the most expensive department store, can buy the latest of gadget, put in them house, while my people who bear the brunt of the work in the country are suffer. So I don't want a little small sentence dish out to them garbage perpetrator here. I want them get the full book of the law. So Royal Reed is supposed to look on at least even 80 years, you know, on top of your age. Pin up get the same. Kim Brown Lawrence get the same. And then the daughter and the wife can get a 40 years. And me alright with that. Me alright with that. When you send message, you have to send strong message that going to stand up as a deterrent factor within society. So there's no way really can get like a 4 year or 5 year, you know. We now welcome that. So me I tell the judge from now, not less than 80 years, we will read. Nothing less than 80 years for pin up. Not less than 80 years for Kim Brown Lawrence. I see the wife and the daughter, give them 40 years each. You understand? Give them 40 years each. Because remember, these people have enjoyed taxpayers' money for a long time, over maybe 10 years now. You understand? So when you look at it from that point of view, you know, these people deserve what coming them way. So I like how them application been thrown out. Yeah, it threw me so well then. This judge now at work. Don't make them intimidate you, judge. Don't make the regime be a deterrent factor in the way you do your work. Because remember, you know, if you don't stand up for something, you go fall down for nothing. So me I ask the judge them now, if you decide to work for reshape Jamaica and build back Jamaica, start clean up them over 3,000 cases we have, you know. Unsolved cases, you know. Some of them are cut and dry cases like the police them have murdered the people. We don't have the prime time evidence as it relates to videos, live in living color. I want to use it at no disposal. Yeah, me don't know how a little island have so much case on the desk waiting for trial. We see a little garbage run out with you know. Now it's a thinking truck. I want to use some mechanism now like plead bargain. Eh? Several Jamaican cases them no need no plea bargain. A cut and dry. You just open and close them. Send with people. I saw you clean up society. I saw you reshape society. And I saw you mold back a society together. Send with the criminal them. And that will send a strong message to whoever they on the conveyor belt to pursue criminal to jump off and go back to them normal, hard-working, ambitious way of life. criminal don't have no part in a Jamaica society anymore. That me want to going forward. You understand? That is why I welcome what United States government is doing. They are trying to clean up the act of criminality and corruption that exists in Jamaica. And so the local counterpart must do likewise. Must do likewise. It's a shame and disgrace when I hear Trump tell you the number of cases that are unsolved. Shame and disgrace. When I hear Donald, Delroy Trump say the jury them was only getting $2,000 a day. That can't be a bus here and buy lunch. So what we understand now is that this justice system has benefited and rewarded people to an extensive limit. That's why them like to backlog the cases them. Because everybody can eat a food. Everybody can eat a food. Because you have your case, it not try. It dead hang out to dry. You hear a man come tell you, say, boy, you go send you to my other counterpart, make him represent your car. You can't do it no more. Me have X case. So you move from one liar to another liar. Then you out to no money. Everybody get big gut out of poor people. But when the big boys them is around town, for them things just sweep away. Just sweep away underneath the carpet. Yeah? Just look on all the youth, no man. Where him in the custody of him liar, but him disappear. And we don't hear gunfire that case no more. We don't hear nobody question the liar, warm to the client. My Jamaican people, what can go so? You're supposed to in a safe hands, and you will just meet us away from the courthouse, but you disappear. And we don't hear gunfire, and that individual, them hide him permanently. So, who you have to look on in that regard? You have to look on who he was along with, Who did a chaperone him, because you don't know town. He don't know which part to run and go hide. So you have to take a good look at the chaperone. Who was the chaperone? He might turn it laugh. So you see them play the system. They play the system under a corrupt umbrella. I yield back the floor to you, Sir Byron.
All right. Now let us get to our final tree document for the night. Big respect, Melting Pot, right, and that powerful punch. Now let us go to the economy. All right, for a while. Let us get to economy grew by 5.1%. Boy, I'm telling you, them wicked plus tax. Oh boy. Hey, look here. I don't know why, Now look at this, my Jamaican people. January 15, 2026. 2026.
Today. Sorry.
Economy grew 5.1% for July to September quarter in 2025. Can you imagine? 2025. Just a month prior to Hurricane Melissa. The Jamaica economy grew by 5.1% in the July to September quarter of 2025. This is a lie, a bare-faced lie, compared with the corresponding period in 2024. Mighty God. Providing details during a press briefing at the AC Hotel in St. Andrew on January 15, Director General Statistical Institute of Jamaica Statin, Lisha Delate Baudier, said the overall performance in the third quarter largely reflected continued recovery from the negative impact of Hurricane Beryl in July 2024. She informed that the goods producing industries grew by 10.9%. I want you to mark this down because I'm going to come up with the next document that goes to the contrary. Now, she informed that the goods producing industries grew by 10.9%. Lie. Noting that this was supported by strong growth in agriculture, forestry and fishing, mining and quarrying, manufacturing and construction. That's why I say, before you come out and tell people them something, yeah, you understand? You know, so this is the internet. You understand? And people are going to do fact check. And what you're coming out with is totally lie, deception. The agricultural, forestry and fishing industry recorded the highest growth at 20.9%. Influenced by improved weather conditions, the service industries grew by 3.3%. All services industry recorded growth except for public administration and defense, which declined by 0.7%. Right, Delia Buttieri said. Let us take that away. Take that away. Let us pull to the next document. And you're going to hear Andrew Holness now, right? Because that is what he does, you know, right? Uses extended arm to corrupt these entities to come out and lie for him. Now, let us look on the second document. Listen to that is it. That is not it. Okay.
Is praising a 5% growth of the economy during the July to September quarter of 2025. He was speaking this morning at a ceremony at the JPS Hunt Bay Station on Marcus Garvey Drive.
What we have seen under my administration over the last decade is that when we are hit by super phenomenal events, whether it be a once in 100-year event like the pandemic, or a once in a 50-year event like Hurricane Melissa, you will see that the ability of the economy to head back to growth within the year of the impact is phenomenal. That was never the case before in the Jamaican economy. It means that something has changed in the Jamaican economy. And what is that thing? What is this intangible change that the commentators and the analysts have not yet picked up on?
The Prime Minister is praising a 5% growth of the economy during the July to September quarter of 2025. He was speaking this morning at a ceremony at the JPS Hunt Bay Station on Marcus Garvey Drive.
What we have seen under my administration over the last decade is that when we are hit by super phenomenal events...
And take him away.
Whether...
Now just imagine our economy, right, is not doing, you know, as it relates to even 1% growth or 2% growth. And this man is saying that Jamaica economy is performing better than the United States. This is crazy. This man is saying, you understand? And this is it, you know, it is crazy. He's saying that the Jamaica economy is better than the United States. Madness. Crazy, crazy. So if you Google search the United States as it relates to the same year in comparable, right, you will realize that Andrew Wallace is saying that the Jamaica economy grew more than the US. Madness. Lie. Pure lie. Now, let us get into the next document. And what's the contradiction? Now it's crazy. I don't know why Andrew Wallace keep on doing these things. Right? Now, here it is. Growth, agricultural, tourism, right? This is December 16, 2024. Although he's making reference of the 2025 situation. According to the tourism minister, Edmund Bartlett, Jamaican small farmers will sell about 5 million worth of their produce to the island hotel. 500 million. 500 million, right? Yeah, that's correct. 500 million worth of their produce to the island's hotel via a trading platform called Alex Agri Linkage Exchange. It will be less than last year when, according to the minister, Alex facilitated nearly 1 billion in trade. The decline in part is because of storms and flood in the summer that hampered farm production. The industry is still recovering. Tourist arrival also softened because of travel advisories by the United States, warning its citizens against travel to the island because of crime. Americans account of nearly 70% of Jamaican tourists. Nonetheless, on its face, $1 billion market for small farmers is not a trivial sum. Additionally, there will be larger producers who do not require or use the intermediation of the Alex, a web portal developed by the Rural Agriculture Development Authority with support from Tourism Enhancement Fund. They are likely to market directly to hotels and other tourism-related business. Now, this speaks as it relates to 2024. So we are not going to use this in terms of disapprove what Andrew has communicated as it relates to September quarter 2025, because this is speaking of 2024. However, the question that I'm asking as it relates to the improvement between 2024 and on Google that as it relates to the trade, the exportation, right? So the exportation for 2024, right? We want to just put up that and the exportation for 2025, right? And then of course we can compare this. What happened here, right, is just that I actually delete the document that showed the disparity and this document that speaks of 24 all back. So I want to go back for that document. So this has nothing to do in terms of comparing. Yes, in terms of contrasting between what Andrew Ones said, that document that I have, right? So let us get this for trading. And as we said, all right.
That's 2024.
So 2024 people.
I didn't share it. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Maybe share it. And then we're going to 2025. So wife is going to dig for 2025 using the Google. So all right, let us look into this now, people. In 2024, so Andrew want to speak about 2025 in September, right? That quarter, right? To grow by 5.1%. Remember that, September 2025. Now, in 2024, Jamaica export showed mixed result, with total export earning decreasing slightly due to sharp fall in re-exports, but domestic export resiliently increasing by 11%, driven by strong alumina and growing yam refined petroleum sales, with the US as the top destination for these goods. Key export including alumina, refined petroleum, yam, bun, and cheese, while major partners were the US, China, and Brazil, despite an overall trade deficit. Key export performance and trends 2024. Domestic export increased by 11% overall, showing a resilience in local produced goods, right? And remember, this is 2024 now. Saw a significant 26% rise in value for the first 9 months of 2024, boosting mining sector revenue. Yam and petroleum, the US imports significant amounts of yam, approximately 28 million, and refined petroleum products, right, 302 million. Bun and cheese, 2.6 billion worth exported in the first 11 months, highlighting the demand from the diaspora, right? Re-export fell sharply over 60%, heavily impacting total export, right? The United States is the largest market, receiving 41% of Jamaica domestic export. Other partner, China, Brazil, Japan, and Colombia were also significant trading. Let us get into the 2025, Oni, right? You deal with that, 2025? All right. All right, but we just get into that. So here it is. We know the 2025 that Andrew Wallace brags about is now talking about showing mixed result. Jamaica 2025 export showed mixed result with overall earnings fluctuating but increasing in certain sectors like agriculture, while mineral fuel saw significant declines, leading to a widening trade of deficit as imports rose, with the USA remaining the top partner for both exports and import, though other partners like Russia, Iceland, and Canada also featured prominently. Key export included bauxite, aluminum, rum, coffee, and food items, with strong growth in yam and coffee export, noted despite challenges from reduced mineral fuel, right? So here he's saying overall performance at total export earning fluctuated with slight increases early in year January to August 2025, but overall decline earlier periods due to falling mineral fuel values. Mineral bauxite, aluminum shipments boosted mining and quarried export. Agricultural, significant increase in yam, nearly 80%, and coffee over 650 export. Alcohol, hard liquor, and other alcohol exports to Canada saw substantial growth. Declining sectors, mineral fuel export dropped significantly, heavily impacting overall exports revenue. Trade partners, the United States remain Jamaica's largest export market, around 47 to 54%, followed by Russia, Iceland, and right. Jamaica trade deficit widened. Jamaica trade deficit widened as import spending increased, particularly in raw material, fuels, and consumer goods. The economy showed resilience with positive growth in the goods producing and service sector, especially agriculture, in the latter half of 2025. Take it away. All right. Now, Melting Pot, what say you on this matter, and just close out the show for us?
Well, we know for a fact, yeah, that Jamaica economy can grow by 5.1%. Other first world with bigger economy don't have that number.
No.
As it relates to 5.1% growth in the economy. The UK only grow by just over 1%. The economy just over 1%. And I mean, you know, we all know, yeah, who live in the UK, how much of a problem that is to the government. You understand? China did not grow by 5.1%. The United States of America did not grow by 5.1%.
Well, on the Melting Pot, as a matter of fact, none of the first world countries grew by 5%. So how Jamaica could ever grow by 5.1%? Madness.
Madness.
And USA was only 4.3%.
Exactly. Madness. You know, so when we see a government, you know, come out and, you know, demonstrate themselves in no uncertain manner to be a PR government that just like to trick and lie to the society at large, we have problem with that. We have big problem with that, because it's true that nothing is taken, you know, with any great degree of value in regards to how you come out and educate the people in the country as to the state of affairs within the country. This guy and him administrator, them who run him, they only project lies to the people. But, you know, I have to ask the question to this individual, Leisha Delati Bodier, from the Planning Institute of Jamaica. Normally it would be Wayne Henry, but look like too we have beat Wayne Henry. They must say, well, if we put out a female individual with such a name like Lati Bodier, then the people will more believe she. No, we're not believing that she either. You understand? This PR must stop. We are going to hold every aspect of the government arms and twist it when them run out to protect the regime government. Yeah. So whether it's Henry or it's Latibody here, anyone come out with garbage, we are going to twist them arm. And we are going to beat them bad till them come out of the space. Yeah? We ain't Henry know him tell lie on behalf of Andrew Wallace, you know. Him know. But him think it could have go past the Titans. It can't pass none of the Titans. We have interest in what's going on in Jamaica. So not want to put out that is not credible. Can't pass we. Yeah? We are going to push back on them. We are dissect them and we are beat them and we are beat the individual who come out and tell the lie to the government. Yeah? Jamaica will never realize 5% growth under Andrew Wallace regime. Yeah? Remember, I'm set up a team, a task force team, you know, charged with the responsibility of growing the economy by 5% in 4 years. That could not get off the ground. The people them run, we abandoned the ship, jump ship. Nigel Clark was one. Michael Leachin was another, them jump ship. Yeah? Because you can't entrust criminal for grow economy. Nigel Clark a criminal. Michael Leachin a criminal. You understand? And them see where it was not sustainable. It's like giving a carpenter a tool to drive a nail, but you don't give him a hammer. You give him a piece of sponge. Sponge can't drive nail. Sponge can't drive nail, you know. So what we see happening in Jamaica is that the government, yeah, doing all type of hanky-panky, yeah, with the country. And then when time come now, they project themselves as it relates to what the country are do. Them come out with some little garbage minions behind them and tell lie. Latibody here, Leisha Latibody here. You need to go back push back wherever them dry out from, you know. Just go on back there, some man. Because we're not going to spare the rod and spoil no child, you know. We're going to beat you just like how we beat Wayne Henry. You should have never make your name appear on this 5.1% increase in Jamaica economy. Because it's simple tell me, say, you project these numbers coming out of the Planning Institute of Jamaica. So what happened to the guy, Wayne Henry? Him gone on leave, him take sick, what happened to him? Now, him always a speak, man. Him always a speak on behalf of the government as it relates to the numbers, them, you know. Like this, like unemployment, like poverty rate. Him always a speak. So, the heat is on upon him, and you know that. So when do, go and cool him off and send out you. Now you get the same treatment or even worse. Because you should have hear what we are doing with Wayne Henry, you know, and decide so you not take up the position there. We vacate. Because everything that is here is PR. PR and more PR. The country cannot grow 5.1%, yeah, 2025, between the period of July and September. You know we have between that period there, we have a high political campaign going on. Most of our people not working. They were out in the street fighting for KFC, 2-piece deal. Okay? Then in September, we have the general election. So that alone slow down any growth in our economy. You understand? So under no circumstance, this 5.1% should not leave Planning Institute of Jamaica and come out in the public sphere. This is not credible information. And people must be held accountable for telling lies to protect a government, a failing government. A government who does not even understand how to govern the country. So a government that doesn't fit the criteria can deliver 5.1% growth in its economy, you know. Because it simply means Jamaica would have to be getting a lot of investment, new investment. New investor would have to come to Jamaica. And then would have see the reflection in the mood of the people in the society. Because it simply means if the economy grow by 5.1%. Then people purchasing power as it relates to what type of money they have at them disposal would have swell as well too, you know. Yeah. And I mean, the dollar would have start show up itself and regain back strength. The dollar wouldn't weak and stretch a gone all the way and go up to 200 and now the US. Come on. So it's just about my people have to be conscious, yeah, and understand. When them talk about economy growing by 5%, then the rest of the society have to reflect that change. Of course, the rest of the society, that means the farmer, them get more, you know, contract for export. Yeah. Everybody know life pick up because the economy are grow, you know, at an alarming rate, 5.1%. A good government to them thing, them man. What this government can grow, them economy by 5.1%. No way. A good, solid government and all of the minister them have to perform to them best to turn out them growth here. This can happen in Jamaica under this administration. I know Barbados didn't have that growth either. And Barbados is a more stable economy because the environment is stable. A country will get travel advisory as it relates to crime and health. And we are talking about level 4. But if you grow by 5.1%, but when you never have the travel advisory, you never show them growth in our economy. This growth will come on the back of turmoil. But listen this now, my people. Here is where the problem get more sticky and juicier. Andrew Wallace run out and said, what we are seeing is that every time Jamaica go through significant problem like Beryl and Melissa, we see them real growth here. What can go so? Them they are setback. Or your country grow when you have set them and all right. So what Andrew tell you say, as long as them have the country in a turmoil, the economy will grow. And that's basically I tell you, you know. You can imagine people, the garbage prime minister come out and say, what we are seeing is that whenever Jamaica have significant problem, like Beryl and Melissa, the economy tend to grow. Mighty God, Jamaican people, can a man so lie and deceitful and wicked to the people who him say him in charge of? Eh? Well, we know we have a big problem in Jamaica worldwide as well, in the pandemic. And FEMA economy did grow and bank book them. Yes, in 28 entities swell. But I know say, my people have suffered on the back of Melissa. Most of my people get damaged by Melissa. Has not gone back to work. Because the sector that employ them cannot offer them a job. Because they're not up and functioning. So we don't know how my people are going to benefit from this 5.1% growth in the economy when them now participate in that. Eh? But Andrew come out and I tell this lie using a name where we're not familiar with, like Leisha Delati Bodier from Planning Institute of Jamaica to put out this. No, man. Andrew, you have to do better than that, man. We know you lie, but we never know you so lie. In regards to saying that the country show more resilience and growth when we have devastation like Beryl and Melissa. People displaced right now. Most of my people in that cry for water and food. Most of my people in the world see them a cry for water and food, you know. Now got work, you know. No live nowhere, you know. Then the economy grow by 5.1%. Me ask you now again. Lisha, Latibo, Dira, Andrew. Where you get this from? Where you do to Jamaica? What is the reason for lying about the economy? What is the reason? But if the economy did not perform as well as what you say, you know, or you are running and borrow money, or you ended up on your job before you get the 6.7 billion, before the cat ban release. Remember, you end up on your job, you don't even have to face the music, you know, you hide from the reality of what's happening in the country. Your foot never dip on the ground as soon as Melissa passed. We see journalists like Robert put them on the ground and go to and ask where is the government, because you was ashamed. You couldn't face the people. Because you know you don't have nothing to offer to the people. Because you never have an economy that sustained growth where you have nothing at the net reserve. Because when economy grow, you know, it means that the country have more foreign resource in its net reserve. Yeah? Because just like you have a shopper, your shopper sell well. You have more profit to hide with. Anyway, you want to put it with underneath your mattress and your bed, put a bank. You have more resource at your disposal. And you never have nothing until them start get the gifts them and the loan them and the grant. Well, I get $1 grand. Get $1 grand for 12 million US. Everything else Jamaica have to pay back. That's why I'm run down all at G7 gone beg. The G7 summit in South Africa. Yeah, him run the gone beg and tell a lie. So them did invite him. Why would they invite Nancy Andrew Wallace there when him is not a part of the G7 country? And him not important. It's not like a Michael man the way that one you have to say. Nobody know why you're from Andrew. Why G7 country would I extend an invitation to Andrew Wallace to come at G7 meet in a South Africa? And I say Andrew does a piece of load that nothing good for nothing but a piece of shit in lion. Eh? Him lied too much, man. Him lied to the people for no reason. This guy now have to come out and lie on the economy, you know. Because him the school children in England know so the economy not doing well. The economy can't show no growth under the high increase in a for them wage package. Them put a burden on the economy for them wage package. Right now, the largest budget ever assembled the parliamentarian. And it take place under Andrew Holness regime. Yeah? And it take place in a time when Jamaica now have nothing. So what we are looking for now is these guys trying to fabricate a story to sell a narrative so the country doing well. But we know so the country not doing well. Well, you see, Andrew like said, sell the people them short and fling them all and bust all about, you know. Because when Andrew tell diaspora and them say, no, look, our economy grow more than US, you know. The diaspora, you don't need to send not come at Jamaica. Because our economy grow by 5.1%. Our economy can't grow when you have crime rampant at the rate we see in Jamaica. Cannot grow. Our economy cannot grow when you have man we are get ready to go to work. Him get gunned down in his house, just getting ready for go to work. Our economy cannot grow when you have a young man, 22-year-old, just done him shift, him is a mixologist, coming from work having a party but him gunned down. Our economy cannot grow when you have a man on the job doing him business, returning him liquor, but him get gunned down. A working class people them there. A working class people grow economy, you know. We see another man where a private license firearm holder. The man in an invisible vest a go work and him say him come in him yard and him run him down and shoot him in a lane. We don't hear not about all them the case and them the case a video highlight circumstance. Then the man there just put them behind bar like you snap your finger. Can you see what him do? And the man even come in your yard, it not give you no reason for murder him, run him down and murder him. A intended murder that. Here you intent and murder him by all costs. So when you have a country where all the working class are get killed, how you economy to grow? Because film job was not utilized or carried out, you know, on the day when you kill him, you know. So it leave a void within the trade and works department. So your economy now grow, Andrew. Your economy can't grow when you have a guy like James Roberts have 2 Class A license for importation of product where Jamaican farmers grow in our country. Cannot grow. So I'm going to tell you the variance of why your economy can't grow. And you forget now your big old ticket and your big nose. You understand? Your economy can't grow when you have a substance that can drive force within the economy, but you shut it down. The reggae industry. You literally kill that. Other country I use it and maximize it and make billions of dollars in them entertainment sector. It make all the company them a manufacture spirit sell. Food I go sell. Everybody I go thrive. So your economy booming. Yeah. Remember when we have a reggae festival, you know, at Jamaica, you know. We are bringing tourists, you know. Because that's something keep annually where people fly in. People save their money and fly in and come spend billions of dollars. Reggae festival coming like World Cup. You see how much we bid for your World Cup? You see how much we bid for your World Cup? Because when you have these things, these are what you call driving force in the economy. Because the World Cup televised over the world from your country. And you get television revenue. It brings you vast amounts. So if you did have a reggae festival in Jamaica, we are show right around the world. Yeah, country buy the right to show it in them country. Yeah, because it have a boost commercial revenue when that on the telly. You don't make money. Vast amount of money. You know how much money Glastonbury bring to the UK annually? Glastonbury Festival. And you have to just go one side, you know. And then people are run out behind you and facilitate your lies them. Yeah? They need to go to prison. You couldn't get me from Planning Institute of Jamaica to come tell a liar to the society. I remember, you know, people overseas, government overseas, I look on them number, yeah, and I ask them, say, then, oh, him come borrow money from over there. Him should have some money. Him should have some money in his country. But we know him country broke. I mean, I will prove to the people them say, you can grow by 5.1%. I mean, I will use 80 as a comparison. $80 stronger than the US and than the Jamaican dollars in comparison to the US dollars. And 80 now grow by 5.1%. 2025. No period. Because we know we are going in at 80 and we know those things does not allow your economy to grow. So Andrew, you have to change the narrative, you know. I'd rather you don't say nothing more than come out and tell lie. You trick the people in the country. You deceive yourself. You make yourself look more pugnacious than I call you before. You understand? Because we not buy this. We're not buying this. Strong economy would have retained your nurses and doctors. That thing would have go all right. The teacher them would have leave the economy strong. a stronger, better economy them run gone to, An economy that can give them the incentive to work. Your economy don't give nobody no incentive to do nothing at all. Nothing at all. That's why you suck the people and them hard-earned money through various means of taxation. Because your big boys, them not paying nothing. So if you're a big boy, them not paying no tax, how the economy have grown? Tell me, Big Mama have $1.5 billion. You know how much strain that put on the economy because it's not in there for generate no growth. Plus him get 10 right off. I remember there are several more corporate companies who are not paying any tax. Oh, your economy grow? You come and answer these questions. When your corporate people them not pay over tax, when them generate the most profit, oh, your economy grow? I want you to explain that in layman terms to the people in Jamaica and even in the diaspora. Kind of like it's a secret, say, several corporate entity not paying tax. When you have a guy like Tough Tongue, yeah, when private friend supposed to do business on him own terms and pay the custom revenue, but him get Tough Tongue to use the government waiver to bypass that. How your economy grow? Where is the money coming from to grow the economy? When everybody is hiding and dodging and bob and weaving, don't want to pay nothing. You have yourself and you say you don't like to pay tax. So me want to know how the economy grow. What grow economy? What grow economy? A dirt? We don't take with the levy off of the backside. We not get nothing. But you say aluminium and all. Hey, we don't go in, man. We don't go one side, Right now, you see all the one named Chameleon Johnson Smith. For our ministry in our ruins. Should have know we are going with Jamaican product overseas. Where other people are backed up with things. With the label upon it. With the name Jamaica, but it don't come from here and make money. The same Asian them, the Indian them, what them having in our country right now. Them are one of the greatest exponents of Jamaican product. When it come from Jamaica, but it depends shelf with Jamaican label, like it come from Jamaica. Them now have a clue about growing Jamaica economy. So I don't want this little garbage government come out, come spew no more lie to the people. You understand? No more lie to the people. It's time you say something that is constructive or say nothing. Because we know you're destructive. We don't expect nothing better, nothing good to come out of a destructive individual, who destroy everything around them, So rather you just close your mouth, man. Yeah, the people are bear the suffering for a long time. Yeah, and change soon come them way. Because remember, Andrew Wallace, me, Melting Pot, and tell you, say you're not done out 2026 as Prime Minister, You don't have now passed your first year after your steal election, 2025, which is September the 3rd. Your time is coming to an end soon. Yeah? We don't have a long time await for your demise. Because Jamaica have upstanding leader to turn around the economy. Corrupted leader don't turn around the economy. As would not ball for corruption. You see what happening in Sri Lanka? And those countries like Bangladesh? It's the same thing what you are doing right now. Yeah? And the people them couldn't take it no longer. You understand? So it's time now you realize well then Jamaican people fully aware of your blueprint. And your blueprint only contain one semblance of topic. Lie. And that's your blueprint, lie, nothing else on it. Nothing for grow the country. You can't grow a country by telling lie. Pumbaza tell lie. You a tell lie. Tough tongue a lie. Sniffy a lie. All the various minister them from over the Jamaica Labour Party, they are liars. Yeah. Bushrat appear lie him tell. Edmund Bartlett with tourism appear lie. Pure lie, you know. I remember a guy was say him in charge of tourism, but him now retain most of the money we're spending at tourism. Can't come talk to me. 80% of Jamaican tourist money stay overseas in a them parent company where the booking is concerned. Remember, we don't have an airline. We don't own the hotel. So that 80% of the tourists that stay overseas. 20% come to Jamaica. Yeah. 14% take care of auxiliary staff and certain local amenities as it relates to running the business in Jamaica. And 6 cents goes to the government. 6 cents out of the tourist dollar goes to the government. And that you know if you come tell the people. And that Edmund Bartlett to tell the people it's only 6 cents the government get from each tourist dollar. Because 80 cents out of the tourist dollar stop over them yard. The bookings and the airline part of it. That 80 cents out of the dollar stop over there. When the 20 cents out of the dollar come at Jamaica, 14 cents goes into salary and running the local side of the business, and the government only benefit by 6 cents out of each dollar. So 94 cents gone somewhere else. So me want to know you come tell you like tourism has grow the economy.
And that's a fact.
Tourism can't grow the economy, Byron. And lady, and it cannot. Tourism in Jamaica grow the big boys them. If me have a product like tourism, we bring 5 million visitors to my country, me have to have my airline. Because I want some of that $5 million passenger dollar traveling expense. Me have to have my airline. There's no way another country will benefit from that. No way. Most of the food we use in the hotel sector are not Jamaican cuisine. So when you hear them come out and I tell you about this and that, agriculture, farmer, them have 500 million on it the year before it was $1 billion. Lie! The government come under immense pressure, them have a final various lies to come put out. Them in a deep, deep dilemma. Everybody have find them out, even them own supporters. Nothing now go on for nobody in a Jamaica unless you are a politician or a PSOJ member or you are part of the drugs trafficking organization. If you are ordinary people, you not make life. That's why you see people with what you call it now, degree, and people with high qualification, like with nurses, with doctors, with teachers, them leaving because the economy no good. That is sign to show the economy no good. I leave them gone to a better economy, you know. But that economy don't offer them the climate where Jamaica offer them. Them have to pay even for live in a them country at this time of the year when winter is around. You have to buy 3 different set of garments. In a Jamaica, you only buy when you buy 2, dressing and casual. But you can't just term it as one. When they are foreign, you have to buy a winter coat. You have to buy winter gears, boots and everything, hat, gloves, everything. And you have to go ahead, man. You on this PR propaganda, extravaganza. Well, on the depend, it be cut out. A long time you go on with this extravaganza, yeah. It be done with now. Jamaica now benefit from your lies. Because me can point out several more things that determine Jamaica economy in our stalemate. Remember, you know, you don't even come out of a recession, you know. The country did plunge so far below where it's supposed to be that it moved from recession to depression. And you lie to the people, you lie to them, you know. But everybody that feel it, you know, see much of them run through the border in a mass migration. Why would they want to run leave Jamaica? Why? If Jamaica is such a nice country now where show growth of 5.1% in the economy, then where will people are left Jamaica go? Because the next country them now grow by that. UK wasn't even growing by 5% before the pandemic. After the pandemic, we have never even grown by 3% in the United Kingdom. But Jamaica grow by 5.1%. No, if this is not solve physical and bitter gall to the people in system, me don't know what it is. This money, I know. You have to hold him, you know. Pan the lies that I tell the people, because him stir it up, you know. And get some little garbage minion to come out and speak on behalf of him. Because all you see, Leisha Latibodier come out, just speak on behalf of Andrew Wallace, telling Andrew Wallace lie. We and Henry can't take no more of the beating. Him gonna hide. You understand? Can't get enough beating from the Titans, you know. Me and mystical man of the wilderness. We beat him, you know. Badly on that. So you know it's a cool off period for him. So if we don't want to send out a female at the same treatment, you know. I want to tell you we don't have no more mercy upon she. We are going to worse than Wayne Henry. Because she a woman, she know best. Yeah. When the mothers them in a Jamaica, I go through. When the mafia go through, belly pain. Belly pain have two dimensions, you know. One caused by the unalive in them youth, you know, and one caused by the suffering them now not to eat, you know. But she have a run out and protect our government, a kleptocratic, kleptomania government, where we see her do all the wrongs them, that's in the book, breaking all the laws them, doing everything. A government where the leader can be certified from 1998. A man who come out and wage war upon the society, even upon the toddlers them, with them little water gun, but don't wage no war upon cocaine and gun trafficking and ammunition. Madness here. I remember, you just look right around the world. Yeah? And look on the country them that have an unstable society if them country grow. Jamaica have an unstable society for a mighty long time from Andrew coming in. High level of murder, the CPI show it, you know. The corruption perception index, it show it. Them country they can't grow. Them they are the antidote for tell us the country can't grow. Just look on the CPI. Where Jamaica currently sit. You can't grow 5.1%. You're mad, Andrew. Look like you don't know say me and Mystical Lady and Marie round and so.
Talk to them apart.
You can't put out them the garbage there. We not digest them there. We vomit up back that. And say take back that.
Long time.
We not digest them there. The people them have to move now towards ousting this government. Yeah? The more no keep Andrew Holness and him administration, the corrupt regime, as the party entrusted to run the country. Every day the clock tick, Jamaica sing further and further.
And that's no
Just
joke.
look how much. A serious thing. Just look on the amount of turmoil where the country into at the moment. Who is the cause of that? The Labour Party. My brother just put out an important document earlier on where we go through. It shows you say under the Labour administration annually 10 to 20 people being requested for extradition to the United States for criminality. But under the People's National Party, not one extradition request was sent to Jamaica. Jamaican people, why else no want to understand the script? It is as plain as simple.
Exactly.
The Jamaica Labour Party cannot run not even a plate of food. Them can't govern. Them can't govern the country. Them run the country for benefit themselves and them cronies. The only time the country is in a safe hand, where it look like government exists, is when the People's National Party is in power. I know no wouldn't see them amount of state killing. Under the Labour Party regime we run by Andrew Wallace, me know say state killing exists in Jamaica. Everybody becomes privy now to state killing. The word is so much widely used, state killing. We never used to use them narrative there. We describe what I want in Jamaica. No. So there's no way we economy can grow when the state killed 311 our young men. So now she thinking tough tongue and come tell the woman them say them need to have more baby. Oh, them fi have more baby when you kill them baby father. Oh, woman and woman can't reproduce. Can't reproduce, you know. And you have kill out the young man them. So you want annexation the whole of the black people out of Jamaica. And pull back Jamaica now with the Asian. And that me see, you know, and my people don't have to wise up to that. Melting pot attack, it might sound funny, but it's true. And on the same day, leaf go water bottom rotten. It take a time, but it must rotten. So what is happening in Jamaica where you see our people are get murdered? Every day the young man them. Remember them I will make sure no say the population keep turning over, you know. In terms of growth and number, you know. But you murder them. Yeah. Because you want to replace them with Asian descendant in our place. And that means saying I have to talk it as me see it because so me stay. Me now go realize the motive. Yeah. And don't speak about it. Tell me how much Indian and Chinese get killed in Jamaica by the police. But remember them are part of the society, you know. Jamaican people just tell me, no man. Comparing to our brothers, hard working farmer, we have built up him little place. Policeman go there how much of them, go murder the man and say the man run for a gun and eat a bucket. Now this man's a farmer, you know. So Jamaica don't even value the working class. This government don't value the working class, so there's no way the economy can grow by 5.1%. No way. I mean, I tell him that. Under no circumstance, Jamaica economy can grow by 5.1%. Good.
All right, let me put
you have a caller coming in, Sir Byron.
Yeah, hold on.
Yes,
yeah, put on the caller. Put on the caller. I will like with people them interact.
All right, caller, go ahead.
Okay, so go ahead.
Yes, go ahead. Talk to us.
Good night, everybody. Miss Anne Marie.
Good night.
Good night.
Blessings.
Mr. Good night. You know, say Jamaica people must do better than this, you know.
Yes.
With all of these things unfolding, every night, you melting pot, Miss Anne Marie, other bloggers come out defending the cause of Jamaica. And these people sit there behind down and don't make a move. Look at the condition of the hospital. Can a nurse look after a patient down on the floor up on the ground?
Right, sad. Wicked.
Can a nurse do that?
Wicked.
The nurses' lives are liable too. The system is bad. It is dirty. It's nasty. The condition is deplorable. What happened to these people who are their relatives know so they're sick and down in the hospital down there in a wheelchair, pan bench, pan ground lie down? The nurses are demonstrate one a day. We not go back up the nurse them and go demonstrate too. With the rest of people them there, we have feel it now. We vote for him and take the money we done. We not feel it, you know. A backside I go on this here and move on, you know. We don't know see where from Pado. We don't know where for wrong go, so we don't forget on the country clean up. And so we're not going to make one sick now on the behind go hospital and see if we live or I dead or not go dead. We don't know see the condition or no year where you will do. With the CEO up there, tough time in it, Andrew Holness in it, him say one prime minister, and it's a prime minister around the country. So Dr. Andrew, excuse me, you know, because me angry, you know. Me can't call that man no good name, you know. Me never see one gang of government gang up upon the people them. Everybody in the party a thief. Who not thief? No say Andrew a thief and lie. All the woman them were in there and them sit down the Delilah them and them not do nothing. The one of them have charity. Them collect money. Them charity no register. Them collect money on behalf of themselves. Go put in a them bank book. Them sitting there for Donald Jamaica, you know. All of them have charity, it must be registered. Ask how much you know and investigate how much of those charities are registered. A whole heap of something going in Jamaica, you know. Mr. Byron.
Yes, dear.
You have to take time to talk because the call up here make me short.
Ah.
Gone. You know, say, when I hear over Panaja, when I realize, I eat me the headache, you know, because me glass, me freeze, me can't believe. Say, this a man out there ready as a thief and a nothing for pretty up. With Grace Kennedy and the whole heap of dirty sitting behind the man while was investigated and got jail. Arrested.
Yeah, which what
The CEO, why aren't you all this government dirty so them come from the worst of the worst
I tell you.
to be in high position, Mr. Byron?
Yeah, remember say the Prime Minister put back that rimple right in him cabinet. And as a matter of fact, put that rimple now to sit on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee. You want it worse than that?
No, Jesus will never hear that one. The people must beat it down. He must put them on strategic point, Mr.
Exactly.
Back him up.
To continue his criminality.
Distribute them.
To continue his criminality.
Yes. Just like the one, what's your name? Kadisha, she name. But she do that, sir. She don't belong there, son of Dada.
I tell you.
She want them Tutsi too, you know.
Yeah, normal man. Corruption is normal, my sister.
It's not normal. It's a crime. Me say the whole of them for God prison. The whole lock stop man must be investigated. Me never said nothing so in my life. Me say when me realize who this man is on the picture show, the man look like a real thief. And the man a thief of more than post. And how could he be CEO? No background check? Huh?
Of course,
How can a government this? And the people them still on them behind? Diaspora, I want to not give them nothing more, no? I want to not give them nothing more and make them go demonstrate. We were trying to save Jamaica and they put us to shame. And enough people didn't want to come home, you know. Enough. The hopes are gone. No country can run, sir. And you always know and the people them know the corruption. The whole of them are get some breed of money, you see. Them a get some breed of money. All the woman they when the girl when he Kedisha, about 25 million that they get a year, you know. Eh? She not educated neither for the position. People are there in Jamaica who leave university highly educated and cannot get these jobs. And they look dirty, nothing them down there so. And them Andrew put up a man with their road a drill pan, a grilled chicken, in a hospital, to cook meal. So if him say poison them there, them are going to get poison. Nothing can go so. Certified dietitians, people, sick people. We never see nothing nasty and dirty, so you know. Then Tufton I go say input committee to investigate. I want to pay them the people the taxpayer money again. You go fork out how much you thief. The I'm gonna pay them. I'm gonna pay them. And the taxpayers money if you pay them. Then I send them to turn over report to you. Then you go fix it all you want and take out and put out what you want. I know them if do not we don't need no investigation, no committee. Marco and all the other agency must do the IC must do their dual job of investigation. So nobody will come in a foolishness like I think everybody an idiot. To cover up your dirty nastiness and you want to talk about your aspiring prime minister where? Go take a back seat. Tough time go take a back seat because you're not different from Andrew. You're criminal too, you're thief, you're wicked, you're evil. And I'm asking all the people in Jamaica who have lost loved ones at the hands of negligence, remember saying if you file the lawsuit. Take the government to court, negligence, and them thief up the money. It's a gang of them operating in Jamaica. Into the Jamaica Labour Party. Me sick of it now, me tired. Me can't, every day something dirty and nasty upon them. Every day. And them in a parliament I beat down. When them a tell a lie, I beat down. Look here, I have to be myself, but Mr. Mystic Show, you know.
Aye.
And I'm no class more to me, you know. When I dreads, when I'm not more to me, you know, woman, you know. See that the one that she in the case run, come and find the Bigfoot one, because, you know, Melissa case today I go start. Miss Kobe, she a run. How long you go run for?
Exactly.
Think people are fooling now watch, you know? None can go to no country, Jamaica could have never ever rise underneath them. The trillions of dollars where Andrew collect, Mr. Mystic. Andrew no need to take no money from the IMF. And because them thief up the whole heap of the money and do all with them on and just spend. No accountability. Why that happen? And them have the money stuck away in all kind of asset, and people must come work hard again and pay it back. That's not right. It's wrong. Then you have Bishop Davis. I pray for him and I smile up in his face. Back in the criminal.
Can you imagine?
This cannot be right. That's why I'm going to take $75 million, go get church back you. Them can't save you neither, you know.
Here for washing sins.
Can you imagine?
That's why I'm going to try fix here and fix there. Oh, criminal. Jesus, God have mercy. It's a Byron. It bad, can't bad no more.
Bad man. Terrible.
Background check on the man.
Terrible.
The man is known to be what he is. And a thief is just a damn thief. You can't expose them, the people that your money.
But I want to tell you something. That is why they sought him out. Because, right, they want thieves. They don't want honest people. Remember, the whole thing is a premeditated thing by the Jamaica Labour Party administration, you know. And that is one of the reasons why Andrew Holness did not sign the code of conduct and influence all his subordinates not to sign. So they don't want honest people. They want thieves.
You can imagine? All of them, none of them instruct them not to sign it.
Look at that. Look what happened to rural Reed.
Of the governance to see that the taxpayers' money is spent properly, is handled right for what it is to be done for.
But look here,
care
no,
of the country,
look here,
and the people.
look here, my sister, what you're not bearing in mind. Andrew Holness, 2 advisors, right, are now in problem, you know, with the law, you know. Remember that rural Reed, when Andrew Holness was the minister of in the Ministry of Education, rural Reed was Andrew Holness' advisor. Now, also recently, Harding, that charge along with Hugh Croskery, is also Andrew Holness' advisor.
Look at that.
You understand?
Look at
Okay, all right, here you go.
But even
Chief
look at the,
advice, Chief.
Yeah.
You can imagine that?
but
It's
even
crazy.
look at the UA incident,
I
because
advise the Chief.
Yeah.
article state that the previous leadership that was there, Tufton got rid of them and installed these people
Yeah.
without the money who now do what
But
they
this
did.
is it. They must be charged, but not only be charged, they must pay back all of this money. They must pay back all of this money. They have it in asset. They must pay it back and be arrested. And you see Tufton, you see Andrew, you see Vaz, you see the game player, and the rest of them, the rest of minions and cronies around them. You see, they keep it all in a circle, you know. It's a gang of them, you know. Gang of thief. No, man.
Yes.
How did this? Oh. Then, you know what hurt me? Tufton a go on and a smile up like him not do nothing. Nothing.
It's even installed.
Like it's just, and I talk about move on. I tell the IC to move on. It happened already. Excuse me? I know this big bombshell with you. And you think that you must just smile. That's why Andrew give you honor. So when you thief and you're crooked and you're a scammer, so and the Labour Party give you honor in a Jamaica.
Exactly.
Backside.
Sad man.
Jesus
Sad.
Christ,
Terrible.
God have mercy. People, let me say this and come up with some others. Let me tell you something. We have done our part in the diaspora. We're going to suffer now. Because you can imagine, like with Aki and with Kane and all of that, where we can get, we're not going to get them there no more, you know, to Andrew Holness, you know.
That wicked, my sister. That wicked. Because it's going to have an impact on agriculture. No matter how you swing it.
No export. No export up here. And you
That
can't
wicked.
carry anything like you go visit Jamaica neither. No, all me I go manage because me no eat American, me eat Jamaican. Me always have to go to my Jamaican store. This on me, you know. This hurt me, you know. Look how we try to help Jamaica, and we now must come suffer the consequences of these people who me never know what to describe them as, you know, because the money with them get done. Look what happened to Jamaica now with the US. Look what's going on. Everybody I feel it now, you know. Everybody I go feel it now. And we try our best and never listen. And still sit on the dirty backside and talk about one prime minister and the best prime minister. Is it vote Jamaica? Is this the Jamaica on the vote for? On a damn idiot, set of idiots. We are just so sorry that we have to suffer the consequences with you all. Look how the people them every night set up to educate you now. On a show it away and look what Jamaica in and now. This I must say, when you get up on the backside and go to a road, go demonstrate. Every day, when you hear something more from what him do already, I want to know, when you go demonstrate and write up the placard, they may not turn for go down the place. Because he gotta go. They hear not to mingle with Andrew and Tufton and Vaz and no receipt and the rest of us them now come. Him a one another one too. Him not to resign in peace. None of them not to resign in peace. Hellfire must be behind them backside tail for what they have done. They bring the country down and then bank book fat. And then I go sit down and laugh after Jamaica people. You see that $150 million there? That $150 million is put down for safekeeping. That $150 million for the light. That should be a big something with media handing over and signing. And I go one side, go say, okay, you get JPS money. And nobody no sing because you're damn liar. You gone all in a parliament. The roof should have dropped down by your backside, ain't it? And lie. And the people them now have no way to get no light. Get JPS or you're war in a parliament, so you have to give the money and people bad mind. You're drunk or you. And say money pay over. No money no pay over until we JPS have to come verify that. And the 7% must roll
Oh yes,
back.
you're right. You're right, Mrs. Star.
Ceremony fund, they don't keep no ceremony for that.
If the man can go stand up in a parliament and tell that lie that they turn off him, stand up and defend it. And him know a lie and him still a lie. Oh, God have mercy, man. The money put down for safekeeping for that go some cars or for go share up. Which party are going to take up $150 million and that is done in silence and secrecy? Look here, man. Look here, man. God, are you... Jesus, listen, I can't take this or something. And the people, them sit down, see them, where them to run out.
Wow.
Don't let Marky G alone, you know. Only leave him.
Exactly.
All that him put out a manifesto, which was good. And refuse it. Follow the liar, wicked man. I got talk about say, oh, him a go give raise in a minimum wage. Nothing couldn't go so. If them know the economy, where them a run, because them have no accountability. How many times aren't you honest promise, you know? And still let the man come back and fool you know, again. And then we still do it again. What's wrong with you know? Are the obia catch you know? Are the obia? Jesus Christ. Let me ask them, the rest of them, Babsy, we come up here, come collect the money, the concert money them. Where the Babsy? Where the concert money them there? Where you collect? Come in here and say nothing. Where they?
Let's show up already, man.
Jesus Christ have mercy. The world not say. This man say come on, me sick program, make it go on. Look here, people, all of the radio station, the news media, them are foreign. When I go on the website, I want to call them and find out how one can fill out the slot there that they have. When I don't want an interview or I don't want to publish something and all of that, it is there. Fill it out, but make sure you secure on the evidence. It in the archive. You can ask the bloggers, send this, come on, send that, store it because they're going to need the evidence. Make we do something. We could go all out. It got bad already. Because we are going to suffer too. We are suffer. We do a ham up here. We do a hunch, you know. You see? So, you go call them up. Tell them you want to be in, you not go tell anybody else on a business, you do what you do secretly. Fill it out. And you have the slot there where you have to put why that. Yes, man, you not go do the research, you not do something. We can do more. We can do some more. And make this thing go international. Have the video them, have the clip them, have the picture them for sure. And we get the interview. When you fill it out, then it will come back to you that successful, and they will give you a number. And they will be in touch with you. Make sure you have the evidence.
All right.
All right?
Wonderfully said.
We can do more. Find a way to do more. Because you know, say foreign press war run out with it. The whole world so I got on Jamaica. All right.
All right, my sister.
Thank you, Mr. Mystic.
Blessings.
Thank you.
Blessings.
All right.
Blessings.
God bless and keep on mounting up with blessing. Because we not do no easy. It's not easy. And we are here with you. Okay.
Thank you, my sister.
God
Really love
bless
it.
you.
Love that. Right. Okay.
Yep.
When we get calls like these are the calls that energize us. But you know what? When we saw that the nurses and doctors now are coming out and joining, right, in terms of holding the government accountable, I think it's significant, right? Because when you have a critical institution, right, like the nurses institution, right, healthcare institution, right, lay down labor force, then we can call for the government to resign, as it relates to Andrew Holness and Christopher Tufton. But it is for them to keep it up. And if they lay down arms, right, and decided that we need better, we want better, Christopher Tufton must resign. If all of the medical institutions
and the people go out and back them,
and support them, melting pot, we will have a significant change. Christopher Tufton has to resign. It is just for the nurses to continue, right? Doctors joining in, and other Jamaicans must help in seeing what the nurses are doing, right, for our healthcare, fighting for our healthcare. You understand? We shouldn't leave them alone out there to be demonstrating alone. We have to join in the demonstration, send a message that enough is enough. All right, Melting Pot, few minutes. Please close us out, and then we just close the show.
Yeah, man, and I endorse what you just said, you know. These medical personnel need the support of the general public at large. Yeah.
Yes.
It's a solidarity movement, this, you know, to change the regime. Yeah. It can't be just one group of people fighting for that cause. No, we need everybody to join hands and heart in this significant period of time in Jamaica. Yeah. Utilizing their voice and placard to show that they are not in favor of the Andrew Holness-led administration anymore. Because Carla that just call, you know, made one particular significant point, and I want to just highlight it as well. Going into the general election, all of a sudden I hear Andrew Holness run out, say minimum wages are going to double. People don't hear anything more after election about this minimum wage package. Because we know it couldn't happen. But this is just to show you, say Andrew will use any form of antidote to kill the society in Jamaica. Kill them brain. Kill them thought process. Kill them ability of how to think. Yeah? And buy into film garbage. People with knowledge and sense know, say, there's no way you can double the minimum wages. You cannot do it. But them sell a narrative and people buy it. Yeah, because our Jamaican people, yeah, the one who lean toward the Jamaica Labour Party, does not have the slightest clue of how to move from A to B. You understand? They need assistance like the food program where the GLP have to give them right and all. The handout packages, them don't want to work.
Melissa, give him the perfect cover.
Right. Them and Andrew Holness have mash up Jamaica. We know the comrade them understand what education is all about because that was a DNA of the People's National Party. The People's National Party supporters are more critical thinkers than the Jamaica Labour Party supporters. Just look, the first housing scheme them build, it give it free to people, and all the utility that goes into that community was utilized for free under Edward Seaga. Because enough people don't know Tivoli the first housing scheme built in Jamaica. Look on it now. It's the policy that them put in place to run that housing scheme and that community. Why that community disintegrate to where it is now? The wind that them not upon the house again, I remember some old Tropicare aluminum window that go on for them houses there. Them not upgrade, them bend up, some of them not have none. You have people, 5 family, I use 1 bathroom. 1 bathroom. So you know, so the whole system drop down upon the people them down there. Because of free mentality that the Jamaica Labour Party has always put in front of them supporters. No country in the world administrate like that. When you run a country, you must run a country for everybody. You can't run the country for just your party supporter. Because your party supporter don't make up the entire tax revenue. Everybody contribute. So everybody must benefit from the growth and the development of the country. We see where there are certain ministers within Andrew Holness administration that has committed mass atrocity on Jamaica. Tough Tongue is one such individual. Remember Tough Tongue have market me scandal, 85 million for one furry burger from McDonald's. I don't know what kind of season sees up that the furry burger. But it cost him 85 million. Then him have Cornwall Beryllium Hospital moving from 2 billion to 24.8 billion dollars, still don't complete. Then him turn him eyes up to UHII. And you see where up there, so 500 odd million. I remember, it not stop there, so you have the drill Seaga. You understand? So, this is plain and obvious to everybody. If you even the out and you looking, you can see it. It's big and bold in front of you. Say criminality exists right through the Jamaica Labour Party administration. From the bottom to the top, from the top to the bottom. Yeah, it normalized. Because when you have all nasty criminal like Mama Cow, we thief the Clark them 2 property from 1980. People are 45 years now, And this piece of shit house still exists. This piece of worthless nasty cow, we can't get a good pail of milk, still exists. Now you see them elevate the whole nastiness over Integrity Commission and Oversight Committee. You can't put nobody with charge. This must be a protocol. She should never even return back to politics. You cannot put criminal with investigation that from the same Integrity Commission just recently investigated her. But no, you're going to put her on the Oversight Committee to oversight things that come from IC. What can go so? So it just goes for sure, say, the Prime Minister, the garbage, normalize criminality. Him support it. Him hug it up. Him endorse it. Him drink it. Him eat it. Him sleep with it. Him support it. No way Mama Cow should have even enter back into politics. And the people them down at Chilani. All Mr. Bull come and know you make she buy you out, you know, and sell you the narrative. Yeah? Sell you the narrative where them sell you, you know. Me know that in a Bull. That's why with them two gain a leverage round your Seaga, you know, because you're that corrupt that way, you know. Yeah? Because several Jamaicans extend them vibes in support of you at the time. You understand? But Jamaican people with that telling us them used to eggs up around them, go play domino with them. Same was a part of them. It's only true them never rate him while them rob him. You understand? But him get back in booby, you know, and him quiet. Him don't even come tell you no thanks for the effort we want to put out towards him. Yeah? As an icon, because we still not going to take on that part there. As an icon for Jamaican track and field right around the world. But Bolt are no good somebody. Bolt a garbage. Because Bolt make a corrupted party with the fraud in my money. Friend him up back and give him something, say my international ambassador. Bolt not have no experience there. Bolt is just an athlete. Here? Bolt not have no experience in ambassadorial role. You understand? And Bolt you should have known better than that. Yeah? And then a Jamaican forget that privilege. So them can earn a living. You want everything. You're greedy. That's why you align yourself around the corruptors them. Bolt you one greedy dog, you know. A melting pot now ram for tell you that you know you one greedy dog. Andrew and him friend couldn't rob me and come back and friend me, you know. You mad? Unless I don't mean you melting pot. Andrew and him so-called criminal friend them couldn't organize to rob my money. Yeah. And expose me to the world, say, my money get robbed in my country of birth. And then turn around back, come friend me up and give me international ambassador role. Eh? They are not different from Google Gaga. When you're not alone, I think that away Andrew go no. Ambassadorial role. So it's just like Google Gaga, Usain Bolt. So we have to just talk it as it is, because sometimes them things I get my mad, you know. Yeah, because you see, if we bat for a cause, for a certain Jamaican, but we see him turn him back and sell it out, we have to highlight him. We have to highlight him. Because that simply means to say, well then, him not do not to end the corruption in a Jamaica, you know. But you know, your boy come tell the people them say, well, you know, so them give back money or not. Because them tell him to hush it up. Just like the old man, when he lose him whole heap of million, when put them set aside for him burial expenses at NCB. Them cut a deal with him and tell him, so don't come talk back to the program. But we know at the same thing them do with Bolt. Same thing. My Jamaican people, remember melting pot telling us say, the same deal with them struck with the old man, with them burial money, where the people them at NCB take away, are the same deal them struck with Bolt. You notice Bolt don't come back and say nothing. Mr. Bolt go up on one little idiot platform. Wait near my flex. Yeah, round there a chat pay garbage. Garbage him round there chat. Kind of them platform that did a bad for you, Usain Bolt. Bolt know the platform them are bad for him. And him shun them platform there. And go hitch up amongst some garbage labor right. And up there chat shit out time out. You understand? And they make Babsy Green them and Mama Cow them drive him in a close encounter with Andrew Hollis and them give him back. Him get back him loot. And him gets an incentive deal with it. International ambassador, bolt your shit, you can't be no more ambassador than who you was the track and field. Go on side. Majority of Jamaican are rating no more youth. You sell out. And when you sell out Jamaica, we call you out, you know. Because remember, melting pot no want nothing from you, you know. Me name not look an autograph from you, you piece of shit. I mean, I tell you as it is. Because you see, when me see my people, them go through what them go through, and them not get no form of recompensation. Yeah, but them not have what you have, but you get recompensation. Yeah, and you come out, you know, stay in your shell, you know, come out and come tell the people them nothing. Like you take with the idiot. You're a piece of shit. You know, never come see no Bolt. Bolt member play, you play to get your money, you know. You put in the hard work still, you know. But it's a sport. You know, tired as hard as these people in the 95 and get disrespect from workplace. Your thing is something where you just go enjoy yourself. You put in the work, you have to train, we don't have no problem with that. But it comes with privilege, you know, several countries. When people are work, them stuck at one environment. You travel the world. I remember your career was built upon the foundation of Jamaican supporters. From your little boy I run in a stadium. You get the vibes from the people. The people them uplift you and push you and make you know you're good. Yeah? And that manifests within you. Yeah? But you sell out the people them. You sell out your supporters base, the politician. Babsy them come around you. Because we know the other funeral thing that it go, you know. Yeah? We know who invite the Prime Minister. We know never you. We know Babsy invite him there. But the reason why she invite him. You see how easily them calm you. You see how easy them calm you. So even when you not put on a face when you see him come on, book pop in the ceremony when your father funeral. You see how easily them twist you and bend you and bring you around to them. I remember I know them say the eggs up. Them say your eggs up. Bolt all you have to do is just look by your skin color. You know for the around the cross to them now, Andrew. You for the around your people them. And you for know who is your people. You not supposed to make mama cow a known criminal influence you. Cause she play a role in it too, you know. Yeah, man. Play a role in it. Remember them take with your father, you know. Cause you see your father, Mr. Wesley, when them do you the dirt him to the core, you know. Yeah, man. Even if him is a supporter of the party, when them do you as them son, and have your name right across the world for the wrong reason. It hurt him to the core. Him just gone, depart this world, can't touch him. And then now you make them come clacks you. Yeah? And come rub you down and dust you down and say you are a new Bolt. Nah, man. You let down the people of Jamaica. Yeah, but my Jamaican people, I'm saying to you once again, yeah, the movement, yeah, it have to be in full motion now. Out this administration, out of the House of Parliament. Anjo must go. Tough tongue have to go. Pumbazim have to go. Mama cow, she need to go back to the pastor. You understand? She not no lot and part or no business in our parliament. She a criminal. She get charged. So you can't use no terms alleged. She's a known criminal. She get charged. I remember we know such a criminal long time. Anytime when you see her, just ask her about Richard Clark, them property. The 2 property where she take away. Yeah, and fictitiously claims that she sell it to a family member. She never know who that knows the person with. The it as buyer is a family member. Her in-law. It made publicly and no secret to Andrew Hollis and Crab. They talk to the youth, Richard Clark, when them win the election, and say, boop, bop, 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 like them want to cut a deal with the youth. You understand? And then after that note, them just know Richard Clark, it's up on your own. Because right now, we see Muma Cow as an allied, but we as a criminal, so we not going to, sink her. And them a deal back with the youth. Me say them throw away the case. No case cannot throw away when a lawyer forge her client signature when the client died. She go afterward go forge the client signature. Miss Hermin Clark from United States of America. 1985 Muma Cow do that. 1985 Muma Cow forge the dead woman's signature and transfer the property into one of our associates, our in-law. You know, I hear me Jamaican people, and that she do, and come as member of parliament, Chilani people on a worthless man, who don't have a criminal in our constituency in our parish, on a worthless. At time when you know, say, Chilani belongs to the farmers. Farmers are hard working men and women, not criminal. So I don't know what kind of stranglehold nasty thinking Muma Cow have for uno. Make uno can't let go off of this piece of shit. This whole vagabond of criminals. What I do with this nasty piece of garbage now in the place? That's all our virus rub off on Usain Bolt.
Well,
Our virus rub off on him.
Well, Melting Pot, them love the curry cow. All right, Melting
Them
Pot.
love the curry cow.
Yeah,
but this time it not go run them belly. This time it not go rotten out them belly. You understand? What I do with Nasty Dalrymple? A.K.A. Muma Cow. Nasty cow.
Them love the curry cow, my boss.
Chilani people now have to wake up, man. Remember, Chilani is a parish that produce the best yellow yam them and ready for and all them thing there, It's a farmer capital,
Wow.
It's a parish that belongs to the farmers, them. You understand? You have the drunker mountain up there. Well, Muma Cow worse than the drunker, them. Muma Cow worse than drunker. So the run with the drunker from out of the parish. And all who have put her upon oversight committee. Yeah? Hey, hold on for our prison, This is how we don't have no shame. We don't have no dignity, we don't have no pride. Andrew, you a piece of shit bag. You as the Prime Minister allow this individual to participate, in an election where you and I should have borrowed from. You bring her back as minister. I know you give her big role for oversight committee.
Yeah. Pat, 1 minute to wrap up because we have to close it off now. 1 minute to wrap up here.
Yeah. Right now, Jamaica people, the world, I look down upon you, and the outside community, please, how we are going in Jamaica. And most of the blame is attributed to the people of Jamaica. Because the people of Jamaica, make I remind you once again, you are the government of Jamaica. These 63 men and women are just people who you elect to govern Jamaica. But you, the massive, is the government of Jamaica. So once again, the ball is in your court. I will stay here and watch how you play the game. I yield back the floor to you, Sir Byron.
All right. Thank you for that, inspirational input. Right. Love it. All right. So that's where the book stopped for us. Right. Let me just hand over to Wifey so Wifey can close us out. Wifey.
Okay, thank you guys for tuning in. Hope everyone have a wonderful and restful weekend. And guys, Jamaicans, you need to get up off your high knees and go out there. The nurses have started. So build on that momentum and go out there and start, peacefully protesting. Do it on a regular basis.
Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protesting.
Yes.
And also start boycotting some of these businesses. Start hitting them where it hurts.
Exactly. Their pockets.
You need to build on on what the nurses have started. It's time to wake up. It's time to go out there. It's time to get the country moving in a positive direction. We can't get up every day and have these corruption. Every turn you turn is something else.
It's crazy.
As they keep saying, Jamaica is not a real place. It's worse than a Netflix series.
Trust
so we
me.
need to put a stop to this.
Yep.
So please start building on what the nurses have started. That's a momentum to build on. So keep the fire blazing. Put some more wood underneath the fire, make it blaze high, but do so peacefully. And with that said, keep safe and safe travel on the gravel. Until next time. Bless up yourself.
Wow, good. Melting pot, blessings. All right.
Yes, man. Yeah, man. Blessings to everyone. As usual.
All
nice
right.
being here with you guys.
Blessings, pot.
I don't want you to come to me with that foolishness, You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right side of that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.